Good morning. My name is James Valentine, and welcome to the externally led patient-focused drug development meeting for frontotemporal degeneration, or FTD. I'm here with my appropriately socially distanced co-host Susan Dickinson from the Association for Frontotemporal Degeneration, and we are coming to you live from the Washington, D.C. metropolitan area, actually not too far from where the U.S. Food and Drug Administration headquarters are located. To open today's meeting, it is my pleasure to introduce Susan Dickinson, the CEO of AFTD, to provide some welcoming remarks.
Thank you, James. My name is Susan Dickinson, and I have the honor of serving as Chief Executive Officer of the Association for Frontotemporal Degeneration, or AFTD. I'm excited to welcome you this morning to the externally led patient-focused drug development meeting for FTD. I'd like to extend a special welcome to the FDA staff who are taking time to join us today to learn more about FTD and what is most important to our community. I want to acknowledge the corporate and nonprofit sponsors who have partnered with us to ensure that today's meeting is a robust one. Special thanks are due to our platinum sponsor, Ionis Pharmaceuticals, and gold sponsors, Lilly, Elector, and the Tau Consortium, as well as our silver sponsors, Acadia, the Alzheimer's Drug Discovery Foundation, the Bluefield Project, Passage Bio, Wave Life Sciences, the Alzheimer's Association, Prevail Therapeutics, Biogen, Cure PSP, and UCB. This robust support and collaboration is a major strength for the FTD community, and each of these sponsors shares the goal of ensuring that everyone who wants to have a voice in the development and testing of the first disease-modifying drugs for FTD has an opportunity to do so. But most importantly, I'm grateful to welcome each of you joining us from near and far for this morning. To the people and families from around the world who live the FTD journey every day, this meeting is for you. It's your chance to ensure that the FDA understands the urgent need for FTD treatments, which symptoms you find the most burdensome, and what you would want most from an approved therapy. In preparation for this meeting today, this past fall, AFTD partnered with the FTD Disorders Registry to conduct an online survey called the FTD Insight Survey. More than 1,300 people from around the world shared their perspectives on the FTD journey. Throughout the day, we'll be sharing some of the data that we gathered in that survey to round out the picture of how the FTD disorders affect people with the diagnosis, as well as the people who live with, love, and become care partners and caregivers to them. There are a few things I'd specifically like to mention about the stories you all will be hearing today. First, the term FTD refers to a group of rare disorders that initially present with a variety of symptoms. For example, you'll be hearing today about the language symptoms of primary progressive aphasia. You'll hear about the movement and balance symptoms seen in progressive supranuclear palsy and corticobasal syndrome. And people will speak to the changes in behavior, personality, and executive functioning that are hallmarks of behavioral variant FTD, also known as frontotemporal dementia. At first, it may seem like we're talking about very different disorders. But what science has proven is that underlying all of these FTD subtypes is a common disease process, and that the different symptoms a person experiences merely reflects where in the brain the disease has begun. Sadly, by the end of their journey, most people will have experienced symptoms from across this full spectrum. So if we're going to find effective treatments for FTD, we need to look at these disorders together and understand that the heterogeneity in presentations is merely the clinical window into the common underlying disease. The second important point I'd like to make is that a significant number of the people we will be hearing from today will themselves have a diagnosis of FTD. Thanks to each of you for sharing your crucial perspective. You are at the heart of this story. Our understanding of this disease and how to address it is critically enriched by the lived perspectives you provide, and we draw hope from your determination to advocate for yourselves and all who face this disease. Yet at the same time, for a significant portion of people whose disease begins in the frontal lobe of their brains, one of the first things this disease can steal from them is insight, or any self-awareness that their own personality or behavior has changed. In this situation, close family and friends are the ones best positioned to have insights to share about the FTD journey. For this reason, we know that a substantial portion of you participating with us today are care partners, caregivers, relatives, and many who lost someone to FTD, speaking up for a loved one who can no longer advocate for themselves. And finally, for about 20 to 25% of families, we know that there is an autosomal dominant mutation causing FTD across generations. This means that we'll be hearing from people who know they are at risk for developing FTD in the future. For these individuals, our conversation will hold special urgency from a perspective that can reflect past loss, present concern, and an uncertain future all at once. So regardless of the specific diagnosis you're dealing with, and whether you're a person with the diagnosis, a care partner, or someone who knows you're at risk for developing FTD in the future, your voice is important. The FDA and industry stakeholders joining us today are here to listen to you and ready to integrate your voice into the process of developing and evaluating the treatments that are so urgently needed. And now it's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Michelle Campbell, Senior Clinical Analyst for Stakeholder Engagement and Clinical Outcomes in the Office of Neuroscience within FDA's Center for Drug Evaluation and Research. Dr. Campbell's responsible for providing guidance to companies developing and reviewing new drugs for FTD. Welcome, Dr. Campbell.
Thank you. Thank you, Susan and James, and good morning to everyone who's joined us today. As Susan said, my name is Michelle Campbell, and I lead stakeholder engagement and clinical outcomes for the Office of Neuroscience. First, I'm happy to see so many patients, caregivers, and advocates on the web today. Thank you for being a part of this meeting and sharing your experiences with us. I would also like to thank the Association for Frontotemporal Degeneration and all the staff that has been involved in planning this meeting. I know we also have representation from industry, academia, and other medical product development stakeholders participating online today. While FDA plays a critical role in medical product development, we are just one part of the process, and I'm glad to see a high level of interest from those who also play this very important role as well as stakeholders. We share the patient's community's commitment to facilitating development of safe and effective medical products for frontotemporal degeneration disorders. No, when we say medical product development, we mean it in the broadest sense of identifying, developing, and evaluating potential therapies or devices that can help patients manage their conditions. We are here to learn from you and your experiences with FTD. 7+ years ago, under the Prescription Drug User Fee Act 5, or PDUFA 5 as we call it, the FDA started its patient-focused drug development program. During PDUFA 5, we conducted 24 patient-focused drug development meetings. These meetings brought patients, caregivers, and various members of the FDA community together to listen and learn about a patient's experience with their disease or disorder. Since the ending of PDUFA 5, and we are now into PDUFA 6, we have conducted an additional 4 more patient-focused drug development meetings, with our 5th one about to happen next week. What we have learned from these meetings is patients are experts in their lived experience of their disease or disorders. Patients and families and caregivers are uniquely positioned to inform regulatory agency and provide an understanding of the burden of disease and current available treatments. Another outcome of the patient-focused drug development meetings that we held at FDA was the growth of patient-focused drug development meetings being hosted outside of FDA, meetings like the one we're having today. As I said earlier, this is why we are here today, to learn from the experts on the lived experience of FTD. FDA protects and promotes public health by evaluating the safety and effectiveness and quality of new products, but we do not develop medical products or conduct clinical trials. It is, however, FDA's responsibility to ensure that the benefits of a product outweighs its risks. Therefore, having this kind of dialogue is extremely valuable for us because hearing what patients and caregivers care about can help us lead the way in figuring out how to best facilitate medical product development and understand how patients view the benefits and risks of therapies and devices for FTD. We learned so much from these meetings. We look forward to incorporating what we learned today into the agency's thinking and understanding of how patients view benefits and risks of therapies and devices for FTD. We thank you for your participation, particularly during these continuing unusual times. We are grateful to each of you for being here today and sharing your personal stories, experiences, and perspectives. Thank you, and I now turn it back to Susan and James in the studio.
Thank you, Dr. Campbell. And now I'd like to introduce Dr. Brad Dickerson to provide a clinical overview of FTD. Dr. Dickerson is the director of the Frontotemporal Disorders Unit at Massachusetts General Hospital, as well as a professor of neurology at Harvard Medical School. Dr. Dickerson?
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here with you today. I'm going to give a background on frontotemporal dementia and cover high-level topics that you'll hear more about and we'll be discussing more today. Here are my disclosures. Frontotemporal dementia is thought to be the third most common neurodegenerative dementia after Alzheimer's disease and dementia with Lewy bodies, possibly making up 5 to 15% of the dementias. It's typically a young age of onset, referred to as early onset, commonly between ages 45 and 65, but cases have been reported as young as in their 20s and as old as in their 80s. It's a rare disease. The estimated US prevalence is 60,000, but this is likely an underestimate because of the challenges in diagnosis that we'll talk more about and hear more about today. Some changes in personality or behavior that we'll talk about as well may be viewed differently in different cultures, and so it's important to keep that in mind, but also to recognize that there's been very little investigation of FTD in underrepresented populations. This is the way I like to think about the complexities of the relationships between the cognitive syndromes or the behavioral syndromes that we'll hear about and the neurodegenerative brain disease. So step one, cognitive functional status. People can be cognitively normal and, for example, have a genetic abnormality that puts them at elevated risk for symptoms. They can have a prodromal stage of symptoms, but still be functionally independent. That's referred to usually as mild cognitive or behavioral impairment. Or they may have dementia, which may be mild, moderate, severe, or in its terminal stages. And typically at the beginning, as we'll discuss, FTD presents with one of several distinct cognitive behavioral syndromes that are often lumped under the term frontotemporal dementia. And underlying all of this is neurodegenerative brain diseases that are lumped in this condition under the term frontotemporal lobar degeneration. I'll unpack that now, starting with the disease. When we think about our approach to the diagnosis, we think about the syndrome and the clinical effects, as well as the brain disease that we think is likely responsible. So FTLD, frontotemporal lobar degeneration, the brain diseases, are a family of neurodegenerative diseases that tend to strike the frontal and anterior temporal lobe systems of the brain. You can see here the striking degeneration of the frontal lobe, in this case, and the anterior temporal lobe, with dramatic sparing of posterior parts of the brain. That's really the unifying pathological feature of these diseases, is their tendency to strike those systems. The neuropathologic changes that are visible under the microscope post-mortem include a variety of inclusions within cells, such as PIC bodies or other types of abnormal protein aggregates that are inside the cells, dystrophic neurites, often reactive astrocytes, and other glial cell pathology as well. And the proteinopathies are usually tau or TDP-43, rarely other proteinopathies. These are microscopic slide examples, courtesy of Dr. Seeley, of the family of the most common forms of FTLD, the top three being forms of FTLD tau. And in the top left, there's a PIC disease example, progressive supranuclear palsy in the middle, and corticobasal degeneration on the right, all tauopathies of the FTLD type. And then at the bottom are the TDP-43 proteinopathies, which have different types as well. Most frontotemporal lobar degeneration is sporadic. Some is familial, and some familial FTD is autosomal dominantly inherited, although it's a fragment of the pie, as you can see in the yellow slice there. The most common genetic abnormalities are in the MAPT tau gene, the progranulin gene, or the C9orf72 repeat expansion. We'll talk more about why those are important. Now I just want to segue over into the clinical illness. how people are affected by these diseases. The clinical presentation tends to be a slowly progressive decline in behavior or cognition, evolving from a prodromal stage where people have symptoms but are not yet impaired in their day-to-day functioning, to the dementia stages that I mentioned earlier. Importantly, patients may lack insight, which delays symptom reporting and often impedes diagnosis. Initially, the condition is often misdiagnosed as a psychiatric disorder, and there are heterogeneous presentations, which we'll talk about, including behavioral or aphasic presentations or other cognitive or even motor variants. The clinical diagnosis tends to be possible or probable depending on the criteria that the person meets, and the field desperately recognizes the need for better biomarkers of the underlying neuropathology, for which we essentially have none at the moment that are fully validated, although the field is moving rapidly toward that. The diagnostic criteria for behavioral variant FTD, often thought to be the most common form of FTD clinically, requires at least 3 of the following symptoms: disinhibition, apathy, loss of sympathy or empathy, perseverative or stereotyped or compulsive behavior, hyperorality or dietary changes, and a neuropsychological profile with executive dysfunction. This is often thought of as the personality and behavior change form of FTD. And to go from possible to probable, you need at least some evidence from neuroimaging of frontal or anterior temporal atrophy or hypometabolism. The PPA variants include the semantic variant of primary progressive aphasia, where people begin to lose their understanding of concepts and the meanings of words. The non-fluent variant of PPA with effortful or hesitant speech, often with agrammatism and sometimes motor speech disorders. And then there's a logopenic variant that we don't talk about in this setting because it usually is caused by underlying Alzheimer's pathology. The FTD clinical spectrum is broad, though, including these major 3 phenotypes, but also typically inclusive of progressive supranuclear palsy syndrome and the cortical basal syndrome, as well as FTD with motor neuron disease. And there are less prototypical syndromes that are due to these underlying pathologies that may not fully meet these criteria. This is the spectrum, again, a slide courtesy of Dr. Seeley that shows the complex but probabilistic relationships between the clinical syndromes at the top and the neuropathologic changes at the bottom. And you can see that in some cases, such as PSP syndrome in the upper right-hand corner, it's very commonly associated with one of the tauopathies, whereas the semantic variant of primary progressive aphasia, second from the left, is most commonly associated with TDP-43 proteinopathy. But the behavioral variant of FTD can be due to any of a variety of these underlying brain diseases. Here are some typical imaging findings on the left with MRI showing atrophy of the frontal lobe, FDG PET showing hypometabolism. Typically, if people do have amyloid PET, it's negative, but there may be amyloid copathology in some cases, especially older people. And then tau PET, which we're working very intensively on, but which at the moment we don't believe is likely fully validated as sensitive and specific for underlying FTLD tau pathology. We need new tracers. This really explains some of the heterogeneity. These are 3 different maps across 2 different samples showing the robust and reproducible patterns of atrophy that you can see in the different major phenotypes, BVFTD on the left, non-fluent variant PPA in the middle, and a semantic variant PPA on the right. And the localization of these pathologies really determines the underlying symptoms. And so you can see the frontal and anterior temporal lobe predominance, but the fact that the patterns are different is what really determines the differences in the symptoms. As the disease progresses, from one of these typically distinct phenotypes, there are other cognitive and behavioral symptoms that begin to be affected as people progress through the stages of dementia and begin to develop other behavioral symptoms such as aggressive or compulsive behavior, sexualized inappropriate behavior, additional hyperorality, roaming, incontinence, and other challenging changes in behavior. Depending on the type and location of the changes in the brain, changes in movement may also occur that can become a major issue for some patients. Survival tends to be 3 to 20 years, a pretty wide range, but on average about 7 to 13 years. And that may depend in part on how early the diagnosis is made. Treatment is sparse at the moment with nothing approved by the FDA. There are no disease-modifying therapies, although there are clinical trials that we're excited to be talking about. Symptomatic therapies, there's no FDA labeled indication, but there are several studies that have shown evidence for the benefit of certain classes of antidepressant medications, or in other cases, other classes of medications, including mood stabilizers, antipsychotics, and so forth. We do think that in general, it's not a good idea to use the Alzheimer medications, cholinesterase inhibitors in particular, because they sometimes can actually provoke adverse consequences, and patients can have some intensification of some of the behavioral symptoms in some cases. And there's really not evidence for a cholinergic deficit in this set of diseases. Memantine also has been demonstrated not to be efficacious. So management really falls to a comprehensive interdisciplinary team approach when that is accessible to patients and families, which tends to be at highly specialized medical centers. Care is tremendously costly, as much as $120,000 or more per year, studied in a recent paper. And we desperately need better treatments, as you'll hear so much more about today. The genetic forms of FTLD, as I said, are not very common, but are an opportunity for early intervention, whereas you can see in this graph, courtesy of Brad Beauvais and colleagues in the EL-FTD consortium, changes in the brain or in biofluids are clearly detectable prior to the development of symptoms, and those may be key for beginning to show disease-modifying effects as treatments begin to be tried. And the MAPT and progranulin and C9 cases tend to have average ages of onset, as shown here, around 50 or 60, depending on the genetic abnormality. But there's a wide age range, so it's difficult to estimate predictive age of onset in people who are asymptomatic. The EL-FTD consortium and the GenFI consortium you'll hear more about, but it's really exciting to have worldwide efforts to try to work together to develop treatments for these diseases. I'll close with some challenges and opportunities. For all the therapeutic development, the key important challenges are: how do we identify patients at the earliest stage of the illness, or possibly even preclinically? For the sporadic cases, we don't yet have a clear way of doing that, unlike with Alzheimer's disease with amyloid PET imaging or other biomarkers of pathologies of that sort. But we're moving in the right direction. The challenge is the rarity of the sporadic form of the illness. How would you possibly screen a population for that? Also, the heterogeneity of clinical and pathological features, and the fact that we can't just use inclusion and outcome measures from Alzheimer trials or from PSP trials or some of the other trials that have been done on ALS, for example. We need dedicated inclusion and outcome measures for the different types of FTLD, which is a work in progress. These symptomatic therapies are desperately needed. This is a major unmet need. Even if disease-modifying therapies are developed, we're really going to need to help people's symptoms be ameliorated. I think the ultimate outcome may be functional independence and quality of life for the patient and family, which may reach across specific syndromes and may be a common denominator. We need better ideas for targets for these symptomatic therapies, which may be inspired from psychiatry or other neurological disorders, targeting socioaffective dysfunction, language or speech dysfunction, executive dysfunction, compulsive, impulsive, or disinhibited behaviors, and apathy. And for disease-modifying therapies, it would be good to continue to think more about general neuroprotective strategies, as a number of teams are doing. Targets such as microglial activation, neuroinflammation. These may not need specific biomarkers, although of course these are always helpful. And then specific disease-modifying therapies, really targeting the underlying pathologies and proteinopathy mechanisms that I touched on. There's an appealing array of potential targets and pipelines in some pharmaceutical companies and academic laboratories. And the major challenge is really the lack of biomarkers, although genetics can help, as I mentioned. Some of the clinical phenotypes, as I mentioned, are fairly specific pathologically, and that's been taken advantage of for trials in PSP and probably should be as well for semantic variant PPA. And each of the classes of FTLD neuropathologies has a broad array of clinical presentations. So this is a real challenge, but is something that could be considered as part of a basket trial design, for example, in C9orf72. We hope that the ALS targeted trials in that genetic abnormality are successful, but we would love to be partnering and be able to enroll patients with FTD in that as well. And I think design ideas are becoming more and more robust for the genetic FTLD, but we still need to address the possibility that preclinical participants may not want to know their genetic status, but maybe want to be a part of a clinical trial. The age of symptom onset varies and the type of syndrome varies. So these are a number of challenges that we'll try to come back to today. And I want to close with thanking my team. I work with a dedicated array of professionals that do everything we can to take the best care of patients and families with these diseases and enroll them in research as much as they're interested in it. We think these kinds of partnerships are fundamentally important for moving the field forward, as does everyone here. And I want to take the opportunity to thank the patients and families who are participating in today's session, because we really need to hear your voices loud and clear as we think about what we can do to make meaningful differences in developing treatments of the future. Thank you very much, and back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Dr. Dickerson. I'm going to hand this back over to James Valentine, who will be our moderator for today's meeting. James has worked for the last 13 years as a champion for the patient voice in drug development. This started with his time at the FDA, where he was patient liaison and helped to establish the PFDD initiative. Since leaving the FDA 7 years ago, he's been integral to the transition of the PFDD meetings to externally led. He has helped many patient groups organize and moderate the vast majority of these 45+ meetings. James has brought this experience to our team as we have partnered to plan this meeting over the past several months. He's become an invaluable ally to the cause, so we are in good hands today. James?
Thank you so much, Susan, for that kind introduction, and it's such a pleasure to be here with all of you today and help now move us to the part of this meeting where we get to hear from you, individuals living with FTD and their direct care partners and caregivers, about the experiences of persons living with FTD. As you heard earlier, patient-focused drug development is a more systematic way of gathering patient perspectives on their condition and on available treatments. As you heard from FDA's Dr. Michelle Campbell, your input can help inform the agency's understanding of FTD to inform drug development and review. Also, we've heard that FDA has held many of its own PFDD meetings, and today marks the 46th of the externally led PFDDs. And due to the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, it's actually the 13th fully virtual PFDD of its kind. With over 7,000 known rare diseases, this is truly a unique and important opportunity for this community today. So our meeting today is interactive, and I want to tell you a little bit about what we'll be asking of you and how today's meeting will be organized. First, we'll be exploring the patient and caregiver experience living with FTD and its impacts on your daily life. Then, in our second session in the afternoon, we'll bring everybody back together to explore the various approaches to treatment, and we'll also be asking you about your preferences for future treatment. So these two discussions, what will they look like? Well, today we'll be using 3 different methods to hear from as many of you as possible. We'll start by hearing from panels of individuals with FTD, as well as care partners and caregivers. These panel statements will help set a good foundation for the discussion and represent a range of experiences with FTD. But of course, we understand that no selection of individuals could represent the full range of experience, which is why after those panels, we'll broaden the discussion to include all of you in our audience today. That includes all of our individuals living with FTD, care partners, caregivers, and individuals at risk with FTD. We're going to use that time to build on what we heard from the panels and expand that. I'll be asking questions and inviting you to provide a comment. This can be done in one of two ways. We either want you to dial in by phone, and I'll be sharing that phone number throughout today's program. That way we can hear from you directly, and I'll be able to have a conversation with you to understand your experiences and your preferences. You'll also notice that there's a written comment box under the live stream on the website today. And so throughout the program, you'll be able to write in with comments using that form, and we'll be able to share those throughout the program. You'll also notice that we'll have on Zoom live with us another panel of individuals with FTD and caregivers to help contribute to the conversation. The third way we're going to bring your voices into today's program is through the use of polling questions. We'll ask our individuals living with FTD and their caregivers to use their phone, open up a browser, and go to a particular website, which I'll read to you in just a moment, to respond. We invite all of you that are on live today in our audience to participate in each of these polling questions, as that will give us an opportunity to have the broadest possible understanding of our audience today. So I'm going to go ahead and give you the information so you can get into the system now, as once you're on, you'll be able to stay here throughout the entire day. As we advance throughout the program to different polling questions, you can just open that browser or that tab in a browser right back up, and that new question will be there for you to answer. So if you want to go ahead and do that now, pull out your phone, open up a browser. If you're on your computer and you prefer to do this, you could open a tab in your browser. You can go to pollev.com/AFTD. Again, feel free to go there now, pollev.com/AFTD. That's being displayed live for you now, so you can also see that URL that you can go to. And we'll be getting to some polling very soon. These polling questions will help us broaden the discussion to everyone and aid in our discussion, as we'll ask you to help explain your responses to those polling questions. And last, I don't want to go any further without mentioning that while we're going to try to hear from as many of you as possible today, today's not the only opportunity that you'll have to share your input. That written comment form will remain open for 30 days after the meeting. So whether you're on live today and have something in addition to whatever you were able to share live, you wanted to provide a comment, you can do so there. Maybe, after leaving the meeting today, you realize that there's something else that popped into your mind that you want to share. You can come back at any point. Or maybe you're watching this on demand, the recording of this meeting. And we want to encourage you, even though you weren't able to join us live, to please go ahead and submit written comments for 30 days after the date of this meeting. All of today's input, as well as that written input, will be summarized in what's called a Voice of the Patient report. This is the summary report that will be provided to the Food and Drug Administration, as well as be made available publicly for researchers and developers as well. One last thing, before we get into our set of demographic polling questions, I want to establish a few ground rules for today. I want to encourage individuals living with FTD and their care partners and caregivers to contribute to the dialogue through polling, calling in by phone, and written comments. These opportunities will be limited to those living with FTD, family members, and other care partners and caregivers only. Our other stakeholders from the FDA, drug developers, clinicians, and any others are here to listen only. I'd like to also mention that views expressed today are inherently personal, and the discussion may get emotional at times. So in light of that, I ask that we be respectful for one another. That is paramount. And to that end, we ask that you try to be focused and concise in your comments so we can hear from as many voices as possible. So without further ado, let's get into this first set of polling questions. Again, this opportunity, if you pull out your cell phone, open up a browser, open up a new tab in the browser on your computer, go to pollev.com/AFTD. Here, our first question for you is, which best describes you? And we want you to select all that apply here. The options are A, I am diagnosed with FTD. B, I have one biological relative with FTD. This could be a parent, sibling, grandparent, child, uncle, aunt, or anyone else related by blood. C, I have multiple biological relatives with FTD. Or D, I am or was a care partner or caregiver for someone with FTD. We know that these are not mutually exclusive categories, and so we do want you to select all that apply. So we'll ask that you take a few moments to consider this and get your responses into this very first of our polling questions that are designed here up front to get an understanding of who we have represented in our audience today. While these responses are coming in and people are getting set up on Poll Everywhere, I do want to mention that once we move beyond this first question, that if you're an individual living with FTD, even if you have family members with FTD, as you could select multiple options here, we want you to answer the remaining questions on behalf of yourself. And for caregivers or care partners, we ask that you answer all of the remaining questions on behalf of a single person living with FTD even if you have more than one person that you care for or in your family that has had or is living with FTD. So please just select one person to answer on behalf of. If there's multiple of your family members participating today, perhaps you could each pick a different person to respond on behalf of, because as you'll see, the future questions are geared towards understanding the experience of an individual living with FTD. So it looks like we have our responses in here. I wanted to give enough time for people to get into this system and answer this first question. The percentages that you're seeing, because our respondents are able to select more than one option, are the percentages of responses, not the percentages of people responding. So think of this kind of as a ranking more than focus on the percentages. And what you're seeing is that the largest proportion of people that are represented today are someone who is or was a care partner or caregiver for someone living with FTD. Many people have one biological relative represented with FTD, whereas a smaller proportion of our caregivers and care partners have multiple biological relatives with FTD. And then finally, we do have representation from those individuals living with FTD themselves. And again, these are not mutually exclusive, so someone living with FTD could also be a caregiver or care partner for someone else living with FTD. If we can move to our second polling question. So here, again, you're responding if you're an individual with FTD on behalf of yourself. If you're a caregiver or care partner, please select one person with FTD that you care for to answer all of these questions on behalf of. And here we want to know, where does the person diagnosed currently or most recently reside? The options are A, the U.S. Pacific Time, B, U.S. Mountain Time, C, U.S. Central Time, D, U.S. Eastern Time, E, U.S. Alaska Time, F, U.S. Hawaii Time, G, Canada, H, Australia, I, Mexico, J, Africa, K, Asia, L, the Middle East, M, South America, or N, some other country or region not represented on the list provided above. And again, please select where the person who living with FTD, I realize now that the question says diagnosed, it could be someone at risk as well for FTD, where they reside or most recently resided. And we'll give you a few moments here to answer on behalf of that person or yourself living with FTD. Good to see some international representation popping up here. And perhaps some people are very early in their day out in Hawaii time. So while final results are coming in, it looks like the vast majority of our participants at just over 50% are from U.S. Eastern Time. We also have good representation from across the United States, with good representation from the Pacific Time Zone, the Central Time Zone, and even the Mountain Time Zone. We do have some representatives from Hawaii Time, Canada, Mexico, and then quite a few of others. So we would invite everyone, whether in the U.S. or outside, to call in, and we're very interested to hear where you are calling in from. We can move to our next polling question. So here we would like to understand which best describes the gender identity of the person living with FTD. The options here are A, male, B, female, C, gender nonconforming, or D, if you prefer not to say. Early on, I'll continue to remind us. That way we kind of have it in our minds as we move forward. If you're a person living with FTD, please respond on behalf of yourself. Or if you're a person that's at risk for FTD, please respond on behalf of yourself. If you are a caregiver or care partner and are not yourself living with FTD, please select one person to respond on behalf of. All right, so it looks like a couple final results might be trickling in, but we're pretty closely split. We have about half of our individuals living with FTD that are male, and about half that are female, and a small proportion that would prefer not to say. We're going to let the results, as we always see fluctuations, we want to make sure we capture everybody's responses here. And so, we see a little bit of up and down, but continuing to be right around 50%. Susan, is this pretty consistent with your understanding of the community?
Yes, I was going to say, we do see that, FTD is about even across the sexes. There is no known gender impact on who contracts the disease.
Wonderful. Well, great to see that we have good kind of a representative group participating today. So if we can move to our fourth polling question. So here we want to know, how old is the individual with FTD or at risk of FTD? The options are A, 29 years or younger, B, between 30 and 39 years of age, C, between 40 and 49 years of age, D, between 50 and 59 years of age, E, between 60 and 69 years of age, F, older than 70 years of age, or G, the individual with FTD is now deceased.
And James, what we know is, we know of people in all these categories, obviously, who develop FTD, and this is one of the cardinal signs of FTD, is on average, it does occur earlier than Alzheimer's, maybe 10 to 15 years on average. It's why a lot of times the diagnosis is missed or delayed, because a lot of clinicians who are not familiar with FTD don't consider that dementia might be what's going on in somebody, certainly in their 30s, but even their 40s, 50s, and 60s. And so it is the source of much of the challenges, both in getting a diagnosis, but also finding appropriate care geared toward a younger population.
Yes, and so we want to hear from all of you across each of these different age strata throughout the course of our meeting today. Understanding on where you are in your journey with FTD, and how that might have changed from where you started in your journey. And so we'll be getting to that in our topic 1 discussion that we will be getting to in not too long. So as it stands, with some final results that are trickling in, it looks like that our representation is greatest amongst those that are representing individuals with FTD between the ages of 60 and 69, or where the individual with FTD is deceased. After that, we're seeing representation in the older than 70 year of age range, as well as the 50 to 59 year of age range. We do have representation across all of the age ranges, though, although proportionally smaller. We do have representation younger than 29 years of age, and then in those other 30 to 49 age ranges. So if we can move to our 5th polling question. So here we want to know a little bit in contrast. We just asked, how old is the person living with FTD? This is going to give us a sense of kind of a little bit of what Susan was speaking to, which is at what age were symptoms first experienced by the person with FTD? And so our options are the same here. We want to know, is that A, at 29 years or younger, B, 30 to 39 years of age, C, 40 to 49 years of age, D, 50 to 59 years of age, E, 60 to 69 years of age, or were the first symptoms experienced by the person with FTD at F at age 70 or older? So I know this might be difficult to answer because it might be a little difficult to pinpoint what was the first symptoms experienced and when exactly those were, but we want you to reflect back into the best of your ability, try to make the best estimation of the age where symptoms were first experienced by the person with FTD.
As you say, James, this is often a challenge to think retrospectively. We, as we'll hear more throughout the day, the range of symptoms, especially in a first presentation, can be very confusing. Mm-hmm. And it can often be more than a year before somebody considers going to a physician or certainly a neurologist. And so what you're seeing here is, maybe that the age of first symptoms is shifted about 10 years earlier, right, than the people are today. And that does demonstrate what I was saying before about the challenge of getting the diagnosis.
Yes, as we're seeing, about half of our respondents are representing people with FTD who had their first symptoms between age 50 and 59. That's definitely a shift from the previous question. We're seeing about a quarter of people in first symptoms in years 60 to 69, about 20%, just under, in 40 to 49, under 10% in years 70 and older, but also, of course, consistent with the previous question, also seeing individuals who had their first symptoms very early in life. If we can go to our sixth polling question here. So we would like to know here, how would you describe the person's current level of functional impairment? Again, to the best of your ability, pick the response that best applies. The options are A, mild, because they need little to no assistance to perform daily activities. B, moderate, they need some assistance to perform most daily activities. And C, severe, needs full assistance to perform nearly all daily activities. D, profound, they can no longer perform daily activities and they have limited mobility and ability to communicate. Or E, if this is not applicable because the person is now deceased. So again, please pick the current functional level of impairment that best represents yourself or the person with FTD for which you care.
And James, again, I would say I've been working in this field for more than a decade, and I know that progress is slow and frustrating for everybody, but one of the things we have definitely seen is an increase in accurate diagnosis earlier in the disease. So I would say, 10 years ago, we would not have gotten many responses at all for category A.
Sure.
So there are encouraging signs throughout the community, and each of these things is going to help us develop those first treatments.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're seeing that we have a large participation with representing people who are now deceased, and I think that speaks to the real life-threatening nature of the various forms of FTD. We're also seeing that we have a good range of levels of functional impairment, with moderate being reported most amongst those levels, but really, quite good representation across the board. So we do want to hear not only from those with the most severe and profound impairment, but also those of you that have experienced more in the mild and moderate levels of impairment. We really want to kind of paint this picture across the board of what it is to live with FTD. We have one final polling question here before we move into our first topic. And here we want to get a sense of the types of FTD. And so the question is, what type of FTD has been diagnosed in your family? And you can select all that apply here. The options are A, BV FTD, or the behavioral variant of FTD, also known as frontotemporal dementia. B, which is CBD or CBS, corticobasal degeneration or corticobasal syndrome. C, FTD with ALS. D, PPA, which is primary progressive aphasia. E, PSP, progressive supranuclear palsy or Richardson syndrome. F, Pick's disease. G, FTD dementia with no subtype specified. Or H, if you're not sure. So again, please select all those that have been diagnosed within your family amongst these various types of FTD. And as a reminder, the percentages are not the percentages of people now because you can select more than one response. These are the percentages of overall responses in these not mutually exclusive categories.
Right. And again, James, this is, these numbers don't necessarily surprise me. We know that BV-FTD is the most common subtype in FTD. PPA is the second most common. Most studies show, validate what we're seeing there today. And then, of course, the movement syndromes, PSP and CBD are, I'm glad to see them represented here today. We do know, again, this afternoon we'll get in more into the genetic subtypes of FTD, and there is a specific mutation that puts people at risk for both FTD and ALS.
Sure.
And that's a special qualitative journey for those families.
Sure. Thank you, Susan, and thank you everyone for responding to these questions. I think Susan nicely highlighted our two most common forms of FTD represented here. Glad to see that we do have representation in our audience today across all of the subtypes of FTD, as well as some that don't have a particular subtype that are specified or may not be sure. We would encourage you as you participate throughout the day to let us know which, if you do have a diagnosis, what that diagnosis is, as we try to understand both the common as well as the different experiences across these different subtypes. So with that, I'd like to now move us into our first topic of discussion, which is what it is to live with FTD. In this first topic, we're going to be exploring the symptoms and health effects that have the greatest impacts on your life. We're going to want to understand, which you view as most troublesome, but also why you view them as most troublesome. We'll explore that by understanding the activities in daily life that are most impacted by your FTD, as well as knowing that not all of the experiences with FTD are things that maybe you've already experienced. They might be something that are on the horizon that you have a worry or concern for, particularly for those that are at risk of FTD and do not currently have the clinical condition. And so we want to hear from you also about your worries or fears for the future. But to help us get started in this discussion of topic one, we have a set of panelists, members from your FTD community, living with FTD or caregivers or care partners, to share their stories related to this condition. We have Jennifer, Aisha, Carmelo, Dan, and Jill. And so, Jennifer, why don't you take it away?
My name is Jennifer Lee, and I live in Alabama with my husband Chris and our 6 children, who are between the ages of 14 and 25. Before my diagnosis with primary progressive aphasia in 2017, I had worked as a high school English teacher and as a media specialist for 17 years. Some of the things I started to experience were that I started to slur my words or mix up the front and back of words. My kids would tell me that I talk like Yoda, where my sentences were inverted. I often think of words, but then I put them in the wrong places. Sometimes I would not know the difference between the tense I was supposed to use, or forget the difference between something of accept or accept, which is the one with an A or an E. And as an English teacher, that is something you know down pat. Other times I would go to work and I would wear 2 different shoes. My coworkers told me that in the middle of the conversation, I would walk off. I couldn't help my daughter with her simple 6th grade math homework. I would often forget, and still do forget, what I read or have just watched on TV. I sometimes have an ongoing feeling of mental fatigue, primarily located on my forehead, but also in the area behind my ears. It gets very sore. I would also have tremors on my right side, and my right hand would shake. I saw 4 different neurologists and had a series of cognitive tests done in 2-hour sessions. In 2018, my diagnosis was confirmed. Now sometimes when I try to speak, nothing comes out. Sometimes it's guttural sounds that come out, or nothing at all. Even when the words are in my mind, I can't get them to come out of my mouth. Sometimes it feels as if my mind is buffering. As things have progressed, my handwriting has gotten worse. Sometimes I write my letters upside down or backwards, and I have to figure out what I meant when I wrote it. Day to day, I'm a lot more withdrawn. My day now consists of taking my children to school if they need me to. When I think about going to the store, I can honestly say I would rather go to the dentist than to go there because it is so overwhelming. For instance, I know what kind of ketchup we use, but when I go to pick it up in the ketchup aisle, I can't figure out which one it is. Now I get as much as I can delivered from Amazon. Busy places like restaurants and closed spaces make me feel scared. This feeling starts in my stomach and it gets to be very overwhelming for me. I had to build back up from where I was after my diagnosis. Things like making sweet tea, and everyone in Alabama knows how to make sweet tea. But my husband had to write the instructions on the containers where we keep the tea and the sugar. Now that I've done it so much, I know it again. I'm holding on to hope that all the adaptations we've made continue to work. I've had to learn to accept that I do stammer when I speak, or that I have to take pauses, trying to find the right words. That's something I never had to do, and it is so very frustrating. My family and I decided that we're going to celebrate the good days, and we're going to take one day at a time. Everyone has bad days, and when I have a bad day, I have to remember it's just one bad day, and there's always hope for the future, for the next day to be better.
Hello, my name is Aisha Adkins. I am located in Dunwoody, Georgia, where my father Ron and I provide care for my mother Rosetta, who was diagnosed with frontotemporal dementia in 2013 at the age of 57. This disease has upended our lives as we knew them, and the trauma and damage that have been done to our family are ongoing and irreversible. Before frontotemporal dementia, my mother was a supportive wife to her high school sweetheart husband of more than 40 years, a proud and protective mother of a sickly only child, and an active member of her church. She was always a hard worker, an entrepreneur, and was a talented vocalist and creative crafter with a desire to help people in need. My mother is human and therefore imperfect, as we all are. But never in my wildest dreams could I have anticipated that so much of my mother's humanity would be stolen from her by this terrible, deadly disease. Unlike some cases of FTD, one of the first symptoms my mother exhibited was short-term memory loss. When she started forgetting recipes or buying duplicate items from the grocery store because she didn't recall shopping the day before, we were somewhat concerned but did not panic. One day, she was driving home from a routine doctor's appointment when she suddenly had no idea where she was or where she was going. Thankfully, she called my father and he guided her home. In 2009, my mother took a job at a local retailer. For the first time in her life, she quit a job when she was unable to retain any of the training. She was humiliated and her confidence was crushed. Most alarming was undoubtedly when my mother became violent, with my father screaming and yelling at him because he purchased the wrong type of cheese. That's when we knew something was terribly wrong and we needed to seek help. Diagnosis took a couple of years and ranged from generic stress to menopause-related anxiety and depression, during which time her symptoms remained untreated and continued to become more extreme. She could no longer accompany us to trips to the store because she was incapable of controlling impulse purchases. My mother gains and loses weight. She now has incredibly limited mobility and relies on my father and me to transfer her from the bed to the wheelchair, pushing her from room to room in our home. Her lack of mobility has caused pressure wounds in the past, And though physical therapy helped improve her mobility early on, recent attempts have not been as successful, as she now has great difficulty following instructions. Showering is now a traumatizing event despite installing grab bars and a shower chair, because most homes were not designed with the aging and disabled in mind. Her body is in pain, and she has almost no control over her bladder and bowel functions. But her brain does not always have the ability to express her pain or her need to utilize the facilities with words, as a loss of language begins to set in. There are days when she may say little beyond okay and other days and nights where she talks nonstop, but her speech is mostly incoherent. I interpret, "Did you take the shoes out of the oven?" said with a tone of urgency and a look of fear, as, "I need to go to the bathroom." In fleeting moments of clarity and lucidity, she has revelations about what's happening to her. She seems to become alert when she hears the words dementia or Alzheimer's, even if only for a moment. But mostly, she seems to understand that she can no longer do the things she once did. It is also clear that she is able to sense our pain, occasionally saying, "I'm sorry," if I, in my own human moment, shed a tear or exhale deeply because she is having difficulty eating, or because it is exhausting and depleting watching my mother die and my father lose his best friend every single day. One night, when my mother had to be rushed to the emergency department for unresponsiveness, a relative asked me what I would do with my life once my mother got better. I snapped right there in front of the nurse's station, informing my elder family member that she wasn't going to get better because this disease was going to kill her. Frontotemporal dementia is the cruelest, most unrelenting disease that completely strips its victims of their identity and robs its families of peace of their soul. We need relief, and it cannot come soon enough. Thank you.
My name is Carmelo Gordian, and I am here with my wife of 38 years, Sherry Gordian, at our home in Austin, Texas. Sherry was diagnosed with progressive supranuclear palsy in August of 2018. After our two children left home for college, Sherry decided to pursue a career as a professional chef, going so far as getting her Master of Culinary Arts degree from the Ritz-Escoffier in Paris. For nearly 14 years, Sherry trained and worked as a chef before her symptoms from PSP made it impossible for her to continue. This is her story. We first began to notice what could be called classic symptoms of the disease in 2017 when Sherry was 62. Sherry would have difficulty with balancing and movement, and things like getting in and out of the car were becoming a challenge for her. In the late fall of 2018, she had a pretty serious fall that required her to get stitches, and it is when we started to realize there was something more going on beyond just getting older. After seeing quite a few doctors in our area who were only able to tell us what she didn't have, we went to the Mayo Clinic in August of 2018, where Sherry was diagnosed with PSP. Even with her diagnosis, we decided to keep trying to do the things we had always wanted to do, such as travel, including going to Argentina and Brazil. At this point, Sherry was still independent, and her physical limitations did not inhibit our enjoyment of visiting South America and other places. Shortly after her diagnosis, Sherry was enrolled in a study. However, when it ended, I noticed some of her symptoms were beginning to get worse. She would have more difficulty moving, and her sensitivity to light, which had been a minor complaint before, increased dramatically, as well as her ability to communicate. Before and shortly after her diagnosis, Sherry would sometimes have difficulty with speaking. She started to slow down, and it sounded like she had developed a southern drawl. I used to tease her about that. Today, she will only talk for about 5 minutes at the most. It is just mentally very exhausting for her. On our last trip to South America in late 2019, Sherry's physical limitations were very pronounced. On this trip, she spent a lot of time in our bedroom resting during the day. She would join our family for meals, but would become very tired afterwards. She is extremely aware of her condition and has no memory issues. She enjoys learning new things, and there are times when she reminds me of things, like sending people birthday cards or picking up prescriptions for her. When she needs to communicate something to me, she will at times text me. She was always a good typist, and she can still use technology to talk. Sherry recognizes everyone. At this point, it's just her physical limitations that are very concerning. I would say the most upsetting part of Sherry's experience with PSP is her loss of independence. She was never someone to back down from a challenge. She was an athlete, a competitive equestrian, and owned her own business as a professional chef. When she could no longer cut vegetables due to difficulty with her hand-eye coordination, she decided to close her business. The disease also made it so she could no longer drive, and we have had to adapt by hiring people to help her go out for errands and helping her around the house. Sherry's ability to balance has progressively deteriorated. She now uses a walker to move about the house, and she needs help with little things like getting in and out of the shower. She doesn't like to call me for help and has kept her independent and determined spirit. With COVID, I am working from home mostly, and I see every moment, every daily experience that she has. It really hits home what PSP does to someone. Sherry has a big personality and loves to socialize with many friends, but realizing and understanding her limitations has made it so she doesn't want to have people visit her. People want to come see her. They call to check on her, but unfortunately I have to tell them, and it's hard to tell people this, that she doesn't want people to see her, and she mostly keeps to herself in our bedroom now. Over the last 6 months, the only time she has come out around the house has been for special meals like Thanksgiving and Christmas dinner. If by some miracle her symptoms can be reversed, I know she would pick up right back where she was, doing all the things she loved and enjoyed before.
My name is Dan, and I live in Colorado. Being a family nurse practitioner, county coroner, husband, father, and son, life was busy. End of 2017 proved to be a frustration for me and everyone around me. I believe I was the first one to notice something was not right. My main job at work was sitting with families with a loved one who was near death or who had just died. I considered myself a compassionate person. I started to forget to chart on patients or would just not show up to visits that were scheduled. I would also forget the name of the deceased person whom I was meeting with the family and the loved one on these coroner calls. It was more important for me to go gamble after work than care about what I missed that day. Being told by a Home Depot clerk that I needed a nap because I was so mean was new to me. A car accident that couldn't be explained, getting lost in my neighborhood, forgetting my friends' names. There was lots of concern. First visit to Mayo Clinic at age 47, I was told I was just too busy. The doctor told me multitasking was a myth. The neurologist diagnosed me with mild cognitive inefficiency, and I could continue to work with supervision. The most concerning thing for my family was the changes in my mood and behavior that were bizarre. My ability to screen my words and jokes was gone. The filter was broken. Signing up for a dance contest on a cruise ship and taking off most of my clothes to win was one of many situations I was indifferent to. Follow-up visit to Mayo on June 2018 at age 48, I went in confident I was doing great. I wasn't. The neurologist told me to get my wife in for a consult where he told me my short-term memory was declining to the point of not being safe to practice. That was my last day of work, and the first day of disability followed. The anger symptoms became worse, along with denial of what was happening. Depression followed, along with anxiety. Gambling addiction and destruction of my family was next. The worst part was that really this didn't bother me much. Apathy of the situation was getting worse. I could no longer totally figure out what was right or what was wrong. Went to Mayo Clinic in Minnesota, where PET scans, MRIs, labs, and spinal tap confirmed sporadic behavior variant frontotemporal dementia diagnosis. Treatment, none. Prognosis, fatal. Symptoms, progressive. Driving for me was done after driving on the wrong side of the road and arguing with my wife that I was correct. All money was taken away as I decided that sneaking wine and spending money was a new hobby. The physical symptoms of weight gain were due to no impulse control of snacking and overeating on sweets. Emotionally, I was a mess, crying, then laughing, poor sleep, then too much sleep, being a jerk to my family. I started on antidepressants, mood stabilizers, and supplements. A visit for research to the National Institutes of Health in early 2020 confirmed my diagnosis. The treatment they offered after a long consultation was exercise daily, proves to slow progression. So I walk every day, now hoping it will help. Follow-up in December 2020 at Mayo demonstrated slow progression, which surprised them. I believe the doctors have a roadmap of decline they want patients to follow, and if they don't know how to treat. Medications for quality of life and symptom management would be a priority for me. I long to not yell at my 17-year-old daughter in the evening for cooking me the wrong meal. The disease has affected my wife immensely. She is now my guardian and caregiver. She doesn't know what Dan she will be living with today. Temper tantrums, having to sleep in different bedrooms at times, loss of the loving, caring husband. She says she always loves me, but not this disease. I would rather be working 3 jobs, have empathy, be a good husband and father than have this disease. The isolation of the disease have made my dogs my best friends, and my true friends I had don't call anymore. People just don't know what to do with me. The sleep issues of dreams, nightmares, hallucinations have made sleep difficult and hard to get rest. Again, helping with these symptoms would be wonderful. My wife and I have to choose joy daily to not allow this disease to conquer us. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jill Ravitsky Black. I live in Nyack, New York. My late husband, Devin Black, was an iconoclastic, fiercely intelligent man, a once flourishing professional who at the age of 62 died due to behavioral variant frontotemporal dementia. To be clear, he did not die of the disease, which was diagnosed only on autopsy. According to the neuropathology report, the findings were consistent with pathological early stage of frontotemporal degeneration. Even at an early stage, though, Devin cascaded from a comfortable suburban life into self-inflicted poverty, multiple counts of bank fraud, and homelessness in New York City, where he was murdered. My husband was stabbed to death, but FTD led him into the path of that blade. I can't pinpoint exactly when Devin began showing symptoms of FTD. It might have started as much as 20 years before his death, but Devin's long-time idiosyncrasies and contrariness made it hard to tease out pathology from personality. As a couple, we were drifting apart and increasingly less happy with each other, but that's not unheard of in a relationship of more than 3 decades. Long-term friendships, too, can ebb and flow over time, and Devin's were ebbing. Meanwhile, he was connecting with people online. He actively and enthusiastically cultivated his PLN, his personal learning network, with fellow educators. Eventually, though, his online contacts extended beyond teachers and school librarians to less benign cyber companions. Strangers from Ghana, Nigeria, and elsewhere asked Devin for money, and he said yes, again and again and again. Devin disregarded increasingly strident warnings from me and from other family and friends. "You're being scammed," we told him. He denied and deflected our concerns. He made and repeatedly broke promises to stop hemorrhaging what became thousands of dollars to his online friends. Anxious about our family's security, I separated our finances. If I couldn't control what he was doing, at least I could cut off his access to my credit cards and my paychecks. At least I could make sure the mortgage and our son's college tuition were being paid. The costs of even early FTD were, of course, far more than financial. Devin was increasingly withdrawn, barely engaging on anything more than a superficial level. He stopped visiting his once cherished elderly aunt and uncle. He rarely reached out to her son or expressed interest in his studies or other college experiences. If he spoke to me, it was only to ask what was for dinner. I was no longer willing to share my life with someone who seemed to regard me as nothing more than domestic help, and asked him to move out. When he found himself in an apartment in the Bronx, he was so broke that I had to pay the deposit and the first month's rent. That may have been the last money the landlord saw from him, because within 9 months, Devin was evicted. He lived in his car for several months, eventually selling it and using the proceeds for a cheap hotel room. When the hotel kicked him out for non-payment, he entered the New York City shelter system. He was employed all that time, working every day, sleeping in a homeless shelter every night. He was earning a respectable salary, but giving it all away to scammers. The strangers grew more and more important to him, more trusted, and more predatory. Other than Devin's uncharacteristic gullibility with regard to their requests, which included enlisting him in criminal activity, he presented as cognitively intact. He blogged eloquently. He won a National Education Award for outstanding work as a school librarian. Yes, his personal relationships were withering, and his blindness to obvious scams was perplexing for such an internet-savvy guy. Yet nothing about him screamed dementia. Here's one example. Nearly a year before Devin died, our son turned 21. Devin marked the occasion by texting happy birthday. No gift, no celebrating over a restaurant dinner or a legal drink, not a card or even a phone call, just that 2-word text, happy birthday. Clearly, Devin was oriented enough to know the date and recognize it as his son's birthday. He was also competent enough to conduct financial transactions. On that same day, when he couldn't spare the cost of a card for his only child, he sent a $400 money order to one of his online friends, $600 to another. Remember, this was early stage FTD. 17 months had elapsed between when he moved out of our house and when he died. Had he lived longer, he would have deteriorated further, and his condition would have become obvious enough to get him help. But even early stage FTD wreaked enough damage to Devin and to his circle of family and friends to make it abundantly clear that this insidious disease demands attention. It demands research dollars. It demands treatment. We need a medication or other intervention that stops or at least slows the disease process. We can't let it continue to suck the souls out of people we love, people we care about.
Wow. Thank you, Jill, and to all of our panel one speakers for really digging deep and sharing such personal but very important journeys with FTD, such a wide range of impacts that we heard from all of you. And we really want to now take this time to expand that discussion and hear from all the rest of you that are with us live today to understand not only maybe similar or common experiences that we've heard on the panel, but to expand it to hear what else, what other impacts FTD has had on your lives or what those personal impacts have been. To help us guide us in this discussion of understanding these journeys with FTD, I'd like to call up our discussion questions for this first topic. These are the questions we'll be posing to you throughout the next hour plus. So if we could pull up those discussion questions. So what we want to know is not only what are the various symptoms of FTD that you or your loved one experience, but which are the 1 to 3 of those that have had the most significant impact on the person with FTD. We want to get an understanding of how those really significant impacts might vary, and that could be on, one way to think about this is on the best day versus the worst day. So we'd ask that you maybe help describe those best days versus worst days, but also the variability of how the condition has changed over time, whether that's week to week, month to month, or over the course of years living with FTD, as well as how the ability to cope with those changing symptoms has also changed. In trying to understand the impact of these symptoms and health effects of FTD, We want to know what that impact is on daily life. So we're going to ask whether there were personally meaningful activities that the individual with FTD now cannot do at all or is fully because of their condition. And finally, again, knowing that there may be future progression or future new symptoms on the horizon, other worries that you might have about living with FTD, we want to hear those as well. As you are thinking about these questions, we want to encourage you to call in and share your thoughts about these various questions. This is the first time we're sharing the phone number. It's 1-703-844-3231. Again, that's 1-703-844-3231. I want to invite you to call in, share your experiences with us. You can go ahead and call in now, and we'll get you queued up to hear from you directly. But before we do that, I want to just put a couple of polling questions up to help us in thinking about all these various impacts of FTD. So for those of you who were here earlier, you can pull your phone back out, open that tab in your browser again. If you are just joining us, you can go to pollev.com/AFTD, and you'll be able to follow along with all of these polling questions throughout the session today. So the question here is we want to know which of the following symptoms has the person with FTD experienced, and we want you to select all that apply. The options that you have here are A, language and communication, B, memory, C, thinking and decision making, D, spatial issues like judging distances or perceiving options or objects, E, personality, F, hold on one second here, just having a little technical difficulty for a second.
James, while you try to pull that page back up again, oh, here we are.
Yes. Sorry, I want to finish making sure everyone gets these options. So F is mood, G is motor and movement, H are impacts on eating or drinking, I impacts on behavior, J on sleep, K on delusions, having delusions or hallucinations, or L, some other symptom or health effect that the person with FTD has experienced. Again, we want you to select all that apply here. Any of these different symptoms that either you yourself living with FTD or as a care partner or caregiver of someone living with FTD that they have experienced. As a reminder, if you're a person that cares for someone with FTD, maybe you have more than one person in your life living with FTD, please pick one person to respond on behalf of throughout the duration of these questions. So we're now, looks like we've gotten our responses have come in. It looks like, and because these are response options that allow all that, you to select all that apply, it's a percentage of responses, not people who picked each of these. So think of these bars as a ranking of sorts. So the top selection amongst our participants today is thinking and decision making, followed by language and communication and personality. We see still very high kind of experience with behavior, mood, and memory, perhaps followed by sleep, motor and movement, and spatial issues like judging distances and perceiving objects, as well as delusions and hallucinations. We also have a few others, so we'd really love to hear when you call in or when you write in, what those other things are. And of course, even for the more common experiences, we want to know what your personal impacts have been. So we can move to our next polling question. So thinking about those same options, those same sets of FTD-related symptoms, we want to know what are the top 3 that are most troublesome. So this is a little trickier because we know that so many of these can be very impactful on you or your loved ones' lives. But here we want to know, in your own assessment, what are the 3 of those that have the greatest impact on that person or otherwise are considered the most troublesome for them. The options, again, are A, language and communication, B, memory, C, thinking and decision making, D, spatial issues, E, personality, F, mood, G, motor and movement, H, eating or drinking, I, behavioral issues, J, sleep, K, delusions or hallucinations, or L, some other symptom that's not listed on this question.
And James, again, what you see here is a wide array across these answer options. And again, just part of what makes this disease so heart-wrenching are a lot of these symptoms are what we consider, make us who we are and how we relate to the people we love. So personality, being able to control your own behavior, and then language and communicate. Again, that is how we relate to the world. And a lot of these people lose just critical functioning that impacts quality of life.
Sure. So as you're saying, thinking and decision-making is kind of the top ranked, followed by language and communication. I think that aligns with them also being some of the most experienced, but you really are starting to see some separation there as those are being the top two, followed by perhaps a second tier that's behavior, personality, and memory. But what's important is that each of these different symptoms and impacts are in some of this community's top three. So for some people, these really are the most, even if they're not the most commonly the most troublesome, they are for certain people the most troublesome, and that's important to know. So I want to thank you for participating in these polling questions. I want you to think about the why of what you've selected here. And call in or write in. Again, that phone number for calling in is 1-703-844-3231, 1-703-844-3231. We'd love to hear from you. What were the most troublesome symptoms you've experienced or your loved one, and help us understand why that is. But to get us started in this discussion, I'd like to welcome our Zoom panel, other members of your community living with FTD or caregivers or care partners. And so in thinking about this polling question that we just went through, I'd love to hear a little bit about your responses to these questions. And maybe we can start with Pedro. What did you pick on that top three question and why?
Because good morning, my name is Pedro. I'm calling from Seattle. Because the diagnosis for my partner is primary progressive aphasia, we've experienced, most importantly, loss of language. That brings along loss of the favorite things to do because they are gone. And as the disease progresses, we are seeing some behavioral issues as well, lack of impulse control.
So for your partner, when you talk about loss of language, are you talking about verbal language, written language? Can you maybe give us a little bit of a sense of what that looks like?
Yes, all of it. He can no longer read. He can no longer, it's very, very, very limited vocabulary and understands nothing.
Sure. And so is that something that kind of rapidly onset, or has that been a series of kind of losses over time for him?
He was diagnosed 8 years ago. The first 5 years were pretty steady, but the drops have been somewhat significant. They level off, and then another somewhat significant drop off.
Sure. Well, thank you for helping share a little bit of a lens into your partner's life, and we'll look forward to hearing more about his experience throughout this session today. I'd like to go to Casey. Same question. When you were answering that polling question, what stood out as the most troublesome symptoms of FTD in your experience?
Thanks, James. I'm Casey from Austin, Texas, and I was a caregiver to my mom for 14 years before she passed away last fall. Absolutely the judgment, decision-making, not knowing what mood she would present in. For example, if she was in the car with me and I was driving, I could be at a red light and she would say, well, you can just go. Nobody's here, and that's just not something my mom would ever say. And it makes you start to wonder, what else is off in her mind.
Yeah, and when you mention, I think that's a great example of a lens into her judgment and loss of judgment. When you mentioned mood and some of the changes in mood, what did that look like for her?
It was a variety of things. I don't have a toddler or a teenager, but from everything I've experienced around those age groups, I could see my mom display those behaviors throughout the day. Sometimes just being unconvincible of logic, or perhaps stubborn and rebellious. Things that normally she wouldn't care about, she would suddenly get defensive because she could tell we needed her to do something relatively normal, like follow a law or just sort of be socially normal, I guess I would say.
Yeah, and Casey, how did maybe you or her first notice, kind of the lapses in judgment or maybe some of this rebelliousness that wasn't normally characteristic of her personality?
Well, the first really obvious thing was when my father called me and told me my mother had been in a fender bender, didn't seem to think it mattered, didn't call anyone, and didn't care. And my father was a State Farm insurance agent, so this was very uncharacteristic of her behaviors and judgments. This is a woman who ran her own real estate brokerage, had a team of 30-something on her group, and was just doing things that were absolutely illogical. And then it really started with things like lack of understanding of time. What day is it? What year is it? I'm her only child. She would forget how old I was pretty quick. But there was a lot of inconsistencies as well on what we could expect at any given day or time. And when you were asking in the poll about the 3 top things, my first thought was, well, ask me tomorrow because it might be different from my answer today, because any of those could have been going on at any given time, which makes it so challenging to caregive for and to support.
Sure. Well, thank you so much for sharing that, Casey, and about your mother. I see we have some phone callers who have dialed in to share some of their experiences too, so I'd like to bring them into this conversation of what are the most troublesome symptoms and health effects of living with FTD. I see we have Dawn from Illinois, who's a caregiver of her daughter diagnosed with one of the forms of FTD. So I'd like to see Dawn, are you with us? Dawn, are you with us? All right, well, we'll see if we can get Dawn back with us here on the phones. But maybe to provide a perspective of someone living with FTD, Anne, we want to bring you into this conversation. Living with FTD yourself, what do you view as the things that are most troublesome in your life?
I would say probably behavior and attitudes. I would be probably either suicidal or homicidal. To give you a good example, it's like I would, somebody cut me off at the gas station and I'd get out and start banging on her window and scaring her to death. And it's like I could see myself doing it, but it's like I couldn't stop it. I don't know why I couldn't stop it, even though I could see it.
Wow. And how long have those kind of things been going on for you, Anne?
I've had behavioral variant FTD for about 15 years. Oh, by the way, I'm from Sacramento, California. I forgot to say that in the beginning. And but in the beginning, it was really rough like that. In relationships, family, friends, whatever I had left. But things have gotten better for me because of medication and other things. Sure.
So nowadays, now that you've described things are better for you, what nowadays would a good day versus a bad day look like?
A good day would be that my obsession and having to make sure my routine wasn't interfered with. And if I could deal with those for the day, that would be a good day.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't get so obsessed with it.
Sure.
A bad day, I would get obsessed with those kind of things and nothing could interfere with them.
I understand. Thank you so much, Anne, for sharing that. I really appreciate it. So I think we have another phone caller that we can go to who is Carrie, who is living with in a family that has genetic variant and is a primary caregiver herself. So I'd like to see if we have Carrie with us.
Yes, hello, I'm here.
Hi, welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I'd love to hear about your family's experience and your thoughts about the most troublesome aspects of living with FTD.
Yes, so I think the most troublesome for us has been just the violence and aggression that's come from the behavioral variants, and it really in a generational way because it affects my family, back generations now. And then there's been, financial and legal fallout from that lack of judgment and the memory loss, and anosognosia is another symptom that we see a lot of that has really affected our ability to handle the disease.
Yeah, so can you tell me a little bit more about the kind of aggressive, violent behaviors that you described as being intergenerational? What is that looked like, and is it the same from generation to generation?
Yeah, so because it runs in the family, typically, my family members, when they hit ages 40s and in their mid 40s, because we see that aggression and violence, we start to see run-ins with the police. They go from being, productive members of the society, having good jobs and making good incomes, to really being dependent on welfare and having to depend on family members who are well to keep them out of the system and keep them, able to contribute to society in a functional way, and keeping them, away from police and legal actions and things like that.
Does it seem to impact, your different family members around like the same age, or is there, kind of some differences in age of onset of those types of behavioral issues?
It's generally been around the same time. It usually has hit in the mid to late 40s, was the case with both my dad and my aunt. And then for my grandfather, we think it was a little later, maybe in his mid-50s.
I gotcha. And do you have anyone living at risk in your family? And if so, could you maybe talk a little bit about, how this family experience has impacted them?
Could you repeat the beginning of your question? I'm sorry.
I was just wondering if you had individuals in your family that are at risk for FTD, and if so, what impacts this family experience might have on them, and maybe worries for the future.
So we have the autosomal dominant variant, so each of us has a 50% chance of inheriting it from our affected parent, which we constantly live in fear that, this disease that has taken my dad and my aunt and my grandfather, that my brothers or I will start to develop symptoms, that our children are affected. I think it's not an exaggeration to say that it's on our minds every day.
Absolutely. Well, Carrie, thank you so much for calling in and sharing your family's experiences. That's really important for us to hear. It looks like we have our other phone caller, Dawn, back with us. Again, a caregiver for her daughter that's diagnosed. Dawn, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Welcome.
Can you hear me?
I can. Welcome, and love to hear about your experiences with your daughter and the most troublesome aspects of FTD.
Yes. My daughter was a nurse, a wife, a new mom of a little baby boy. We started noticing changes in her personality, her behaviors. We started noticing compulsive behaviors, very impulsive as well. And it took almost 2 years to diagnose her at Mayo Clinic, finally, with behavioral variant FTD. The progression has been quite significant. When she was diagnosed, she was still able to communicate, though she had no empathy. She was very lack of emotion, lack of logic, a lot of different things happening. But at this point, Kara now can no longer communicate what she wants. She's lost bowel and bladder control. She needs 24/7 care, especially for safety issues.
Sure. And what age did you say she was when she started this rapidly 2-year progression?
Well, she was diagnosed in February of 2019 at the age of 29.
Oh, wow.
But in 2017 is when the actual, so she would have been 27. And she was pregnant with her child. We didn't actually realize because she was diagnosed with postpartum depression and then into psychosis, and actually spent 2.5 months at the perinatal psychiatric unit in North Carolina, and we actually live in Illinois. We were desperate to find help, and due to her young age, it was not on their radar that she could have dementia.
Sure. And what would you say, it really sounds like she's, very quickly lost her independence. What has been the hardest part of that, do you think, for her?
Well, for her, fortunately, she has agnosia, which she has no self-awareness of her illness. She is very toddler and, childlike in a lot of behaviors. Unfortunately, she was a nurse. She's lost her marriage. She's divorced. She can't care for her son, which was what she desperately wanted. Now, her father and I take care of her. She lives with us. If I were to say for Kara, she was a caregiver. And I know that this has totally taken away every aspect of her life at such a young age, in her 20s. And I'm sure the bowel and bladder issues, which are a constant challenge for us, has to be very frustrating for her, and the fact that she can't communicate anymore.
Sure. Wow. Well, thank you so much, Dawn, for sharing your and your daughter's experiences. Really profound, and I really appreciate you being willing to call in with us today. Before we expand this, we're starting to hear some of those impacts on activities in daily life, and I want to get to a polling question on that. I want to first, I see we have a lot of written comments coming in as well, so I want to check in with Susan to see what we're hearing from those written comments.
Yeah, really robust participation. I want to thank everyone. And just to get the flip side of what we were just hearing, Sarah from North Carolina notes that from the caregiver side, the loss of communication affects everything because you can't treat other symptoms when you don't know what's going on. Mm-hmm. So that inability to understand is painful for the family members as well. But we do have people themselves diagnosed who are writing in. I want to thank you guys especially. Denise from Maryland says the most impact is not being able to express myself or understand others. Bobby from Florida says the impact on my life has been affected by my loss of memory to the point of surrendering my driver's license, loss of my job, and taking my independence. My sleep patterns keep me up at night, wandering the house and the yard at night, and it creates high anxiety during the day because of lack of sleep. My anxiety is so high, I no longer like to go into public places or family gatherings. And one more, if we have time.
Absolutely.
Sandy from Washington is, again, herself diagnosed, and her comments reflect perhaps also the impact on language in writing. So I'm going to read her comment verbatim. She says, FTD, BVTD is like word vomit. Can't control what I'm saying, but by others looks not good. Me arguing at doctor's appointments, I'm embarrassed after the fact, but not really know all what I said. Then apathy towards the whole event. That was unheard of for me. Processing slow, halted more, frustrating for me and others. So you can see that even though her ability to communicate what she's experiencing is impaired, you can see that she is experiencing it nonetheless.
Absolutely. I want to really thank everyone who's been writing in. And while it's impossible for us to read all of these today, we want to encourage you to keep sending them in. All of these comments will be included in the Voice of the Patient report and that summary report coming out of this meeting. So even if we don't get a chance to read everything live today, please know that that's an important part of putting together this story around what it is to live with FTD. So to kind of bridge us into this conversation about the activities that are important to people living with FTD that they cannot do or as fully, I want to ask if we can pull up our third polling question here. So again, you can open that browser back up on your phone, open that tab, open on your computer, go to pollev.com/AFTD. Here we want to ask you, what are the most important activities of daily living that the person with FTD is not able to do independently due to the disease? And here we want you to try to pick the top 3 of those that are the most important that they're not able to do. The options are A, managing finances, B, preparing meals, C, house cleaning and home maintenance, D, communicating with others, things like using the phone, email, and conversing, E, connecting with others, relationships with family and friends, F, attending school or having a job, G, driving or managing transportation, H, managing their medications, I, physical activity, things like taking a walk or exercising, J, walking and moving from one position to another, K, feeding, L, self-care, including dressing and personal hygiene, M, continence and toileting. We just heard a little bit about that issue. And N, some other activity of daily living that's important to the person living with FTD that they are not able to do independently due to the disease. And again, pick those that are the top 3 most important that are impacted. And as a reminder, the percentages, again, are of the responses, not of people responding. So think of those bars as a ranking of sorts.
And again, James, you can see, though we know that people are diagnosed with specific subtypes, really the disease impacts across most everything we do during the day. And we know that one of the most painful things for both people themselves diagnosed and their family members is they do lose independence. Mm-hmm. They just lose the ability to manage their own daily life and engage with others.
Yeah, we are really seeing that across the board here. Every single one of these being in the top 3 most important activities that the person with FTD is not able to do independently. Seeing managing finances and communicating with others, kind of being right up there at the top, along with connecting with others in relationships. Perhaps maybe in a second tier, being attending school or having a job, self-care and continence and toileting. But again, everything on here is in the top 3 things, most important activities that people are just not able to do independently anymore. So I'd like to come back to our Zoom panel and thinking about the impacts on activities across the range of different symptoms that we've been hearing so much about, and would like to ask Scott to maybe get us started here. In your family's experience with FTD, what activities were most impacted, and why was that?
Thank you. I live in Portland, Oregon. My wife had FTD for 3.5 years before she passed, a little over a year ago. The impact of her activities was really in her ability to initiate activity, even tell herself to stand up, to go do something, to freezing at the coffee maker, freezing at any number of just daily activities, having troubles with incontinence, personal care, and that was just kind of in the day-to-day activities. Certainly the impact for her, what it was personally meaningful for her was travel, restaurants, concerts, all those things slowed down and eventually all had to stop because it was just too much stimulus for her.
Yeah, and you talked about that progression happening even in just a few years, but was there certain things that you noticed early on that were maybe different than from when it was kind of more across the board of an impact?
Yes, her initial symptoms were freezing at doing simple tasks. She would stand in front of the coffee maker, just unaware of what the next step was. She would get thrown easily if something wasn't very predictable, if there was something that impacted her ability to perform a task that she was going to do. Something was on the floor in the way. She would freeze at this thing saying, what do I do? Do I walk around it or what? And then certainly her language got shorter and shorter. She used to tell me stories about her day, and they reduced to one word answers. How was your day? Okay, fine. She could no longer tell a narrative.
Wow. Thank you so much, Scott. I'd like to bring Rita into this same question, thinking about those most important activities that were limited. In your experience with FTD, what did those look like?
Yes, hi, and thank you for having me. I live in Maryland and cared for my mother who had behavioral variant FTD for over 10 years after diagnosis with my sister and my other family members. And I think, as Scott said, it did change depending on where we were in the process. In the beginning, it really started with things such as incontinence, which was never an issue for my mother, and the anger and frustration and embarrassment that she felt from having that. It also really stemmed, my mom was very much a communicative person all her life. She loved to talk and laugh and be with her friends and was very into technology, emailing, learned how to be on Facebook, and was all over the place, and then began to get very confused and really increasingly stepped away from doing that and stepped away from engaging with her friends and being on the phone for hours catching up with people, because I believe now we know that it really became very difficult for her to process and to understand what was happening. Another thing that she loved to do was reading and talking on the phone, and watching TV. And although she continued to watch TV, you could tell she was literally just staring at it because it was very difficult for her to manage storylines across different series. So there were a number of feelings that she had in areas that she struggled with.
Yeah, and for her, was this something that she was self-aware of and frustrated her, or was this something more that you observed?
I think it really was more what we observed. I think it depended on the day. On some of her better days, we could have a conversation with what she was experiencing and how we could help her and make things easier for her. Instead of staring at the television, creating a photo album with her grandkids that she could look through and would spark memories. And then there were other days when it was fine and she could process. But it was always just ensuring that we met her in the space that she needed to be in and supported her in that way.
Sure. Well, thank you so much, Rita, for giving us that lens into your and your mother's life. I see we have some phone callers who want to add into this discussion around impacts of FTD, both symptoms and activities in life. I see we have Lindsay from California, who is a care partner, caregiver for her mother, I believe. So, Lindsay, are you with us?
Hi, this is Lindley.
Oh, Lindley. Welcome, Lindley. Would love to hear what you want to share about and I again believe it was your mother's experience living with FTD.
Yeah, my mother was diagnosed about 8 years ago with behavioral variant FTD after several other misdiagnoses. And when we looked back at when some of the subtle changes had started occurring, she had been presenting symptoms for about 25 years. She's currently going to be 82 tomorrow. And a lot of what we found that was the hardest to manage was the lack of filter, high anxiety, OCD behaviors, and then escalating violence and aggression. And we didn't realize how much violence and aggression was going on because my father didn't speak about it. And it wasn't until we kind of noticed when we would visit that things were going on. And this was something that prevented him from bringing in caregivers to help him to deal with her daily care. And it's something that's a fear, you know, that he figured because she was violent and aggressive that somebody would take her away from him. And so he never sought help. And we finally were able to convince him of doing that. And within a month of him agreeing to bring in people, he ended up dying suddenly of a heart attack. And then I took on care of my mother. And I think that, you know, it's the loss of support system, loss of friends, really isolates the caregivers and their ability to help those patients that are experiencing all of these types of symptoms that they can't explain what's going on and can't communicate very well. And that for us has been kind of the biggest challenge. My mother is now in a memory care facility with full-time care, and she's now approaching end stage of her life. But, you know, it's important from my perspective to kind of get out there that you know, there's a lot that it's not just the patients, but the caregivers that shoulder the burden of all of these behaviors and things that, you know, A, we don't understand, and B, we don't have the tools and resources to be able to deal with it.
Yeah, I think that's a really important point that you make, and it's really driven from the symptoms that, or at least in your mother's case, the symptoms that she was experiencing were things that, you know, your father didn't want other people around to experience or witness or maybe be subject to. So I really appreciate, Lindley, your sharing. I see we have another caller, Cindy from Arizona, a care partner to her husband with behavioral variant FTD. Cindy, are you with us? Cindy, are you with us?
Yes, hello.
Hi, welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah, so we'd love to hear about your husband's journey with FTD and impacts on daily life.
I think our journey is a bit more fortunate than many people's because he has a family history. His father had ALS. His sister had FTD. She's 13 years older, so she was diagnosed around 2011. The family enrolled in a familial study at the University of San Francisco. So because of that, my husband took the genetic testing. It was confirmed that he would eventually show signs of FTD or ALS or both. So as his wife, I knew what to watch for. So he had an early diagnosis. We took the test in 2013, got the results 2019. He was diagnosed. It's been about 18 months. And so I was emotionally prepared, although you can never really fully prepare for this because it's different in everyone. But I think the early diagnosis is what's really helped us. And then he was enrolled in a clinical trial with a drug that really brought back his sense of humor, his ability to be affectionate. I have no way of knowing if other of his symptoms like apathy and his executive functions and such are progressing more slowly with the drug, but just having his affection and his sense of humor and an ability to have a conversation with him back has been really incredible.
Yeah.
So my focus is on being grateful for what we've been provided through those studies and through the science, because his sister didn't have it, his father didn't have it. He has 10 relatives who have a 50% chance of developing this, and I'm hoping for them.
Yeah, well, you know, Cindy, this is really important to hear, and you know, I'm glad to hear that he's, you know, been able to find something that's been working for him. even with treatment, we know that, it's not curing the disease. And so I'd be interested, even though you characterize him as being much better now, what remains to be kind of the things that are most troubling day to day at this point?
Most recently, his ability to understand what I'm saying and other people are saying verbally. I have to repeat things often. He can't follow directions very well. He can't work, and I've had to quit work and stay home and seek part-time employment, and I kind of have to manage everything. He can do a lot of things, but I have to supervise because I never know when he's not going to do it right, or I've had to make some adjustments around the house for safety reasons.
Can you give an example of that, maybe?
Toaster oven. I had to get rid of the toaster oven because he'd leave it on all night, and he'd burn things and he'd stick things in it he shouldn't stick in it. So I don't let him make meals anymore. And he's not even interested in trying. And he's most of the time not very interested in, he's not very, doesn't have much initiative. So he'll do things if I initiate, but for the most part, he just watches videos, plays on his phone, and reads. He'll take walks, so he's interested in that. He's interested in doing things with friends and such, but he's not really interested in hobbies. I can't get him interested in a hobby or anything. So I guess I'm fortunate. I try to focus on the fortunate, and I'm fortunate that for right now, he can stay busy while I manage everything around the house.
Yeah.
And stay out of trouble. But I think for me, the biggest thing is the future. What is there to expect? I think for most caregivers, the most frightening thing is you don't know what's coming next, and the ever-shifting landscape of the symptoms. One day it's good, another day's not. You're walking on eggshells all the time.
Yeah, I totally appreciate that, Cindy. And in terms of you focusing on the positive, I think even hearing about what changes, what things he got back that were have made an improvement in his quality of life, they are important to hear. Of course, there still is so much more to do for people like your husband. But even hearing what even maybe smaller changes can really do to make things better is important. So we really appreciate you calling in, Cindy. I'm going to take one more.
Thank you.
Oh,
I appreciate what you guys are doing.
Oh, thank you. I'm going to take one more caller right now, but I also see we have lots of written comments coming in, so we plan to check in with Susan right after that. I see we have Margaret from North Carolina, another care partner for her husband, but with PPA. And she wants to tell a little bit about their experience living with PPA. So, Margaret, are you with us?
Hello, I'm here.
Hi, welcome.
My experience with my husband, who has PPA, has been pretty much like the former participant. My husband was finally diagnosed after suffering with this and the symptoms of word loss, which affected his work a lot. He had to look everything up on Google because he couldn't remember. He was looking for things to identify what he was looking for. He forgot the words. But he was finally diagnosed in 2011 by Dr. Meshulam in Chicago at Northwestern with having PPA, semantics. And he functioned quite nicely despite that diagnosis, and has kept going with jigsaw puzzles and still does them for 1,000-piece puzzles. He has this as a hobby, and it's a passion because he's very effective at it. I'm grateful for that because it gives me time to do things in the home and prepare food and carry out duties that he used to help me with but no longer does.
Yeah.
He understands I would say he understands a lot less, and he repeats himself over and over again with the same comments, the same jokes. He barks when dogs bark. He chirps like a bird and copies sounds, but still he's active. He's able to ride a bicycle with me. We do at least 7 miles when we do go. We cycle for an hour. We walk when weather permitting. So I'm grateful for small mercies. I'm grateful that he still has all 5 daily living activities. But it is a disability that really weighs on the caregiver. And we know it's hard for the care receiver, but at times you wonder if you're not going to go 6 foot under before they are. And I mean this with all sincerity, because having to live and work for 2 people and do for 2 people is a tall order. It's hard enough these days just to look after oneself. But I'm just glad that we've had 49 years together, and sadly this disease has impacted our life personally, emotionally, and physically the last 10 years. But it's, it's now the time of our life that we are growing older, and of course that becomes more of a challenge for me now because I don't have the strength and the emotional wherewithal to deal with everything that comes my way. But I know I'm not alone, and I am grateful for your team that is looking into this disease to see how it can assist us further, because it really is financially ruining. My husband has only worked in this country for 11 years. We moved here from South Africa, where he was a jack of all trades, really. He restored Dutch colonial homes in South Africa. He restored antiques besides his job that he had as a logistics manager. A typical type A blood personality and a perfectionist of note. It's hard to accept that the loss, as I've noticed over the years, now that I have to get contractors to come to the house and do fixtures here in our home, it's just hard for me to believe that this is something that I now have to take care of, that he could take care of with his eyes closed years ago. Absolutely. But this is such his life, and I'm moving along, and we're getting by. So thank you for your interest and your concern, and it was wonderful to hear from the others, from their stories, from the caregivers and the care receivers. Yes. We are with you. We know what you are going through, and we understand that you understand what we are going through to a certain extent. So thank you for letting me share my experience with you. Yes. And keep on keeping on with the work that you do, because hopefully there will be help one day for those who are diagnosed with this disorder.
Yes, and we certainly will keep on keeping on, and really appreciate you painting a very vivid picture of your husband's progression, but also what his day-to-day life looks like now, and what he both also can do. So that's very helpful. I'm going to check in with Susan now and see what are some of the impacts on activities that we're hearing from the written comments.
Yeah, a very wide array, as we've heard from the callers and our panelists, of course, James. We haven't heard a lot from movement disorders in this session. So Linda from Pennsylvania says balance limitations have taken away her ability to participate in activities that used to give her joy, such as hiking, and now even walking outside is something that's that her loved one can no longer participate in. Drew from Minneapolis says we have full-time caregivers 7 days a week. This is to help her take and plan her medication, but also to drive her to her appointments, help her with household chores, and perhaps most importantly, to socialize with her and watch her. She can't cross the street or even cook on her own anymore. And then finally, Julie from San Diego shares that one of the biggest impacts has been her loved one's insatiable hunger. We had to put locks on our cabinets, pantry, and fridge. When we were eating meals, he would steal food off of other people's plates. And that is a symptom that we do hear from a lot of behavioral variant individuals as well. I would just add, James, from those callers, we know that one of the most difficult things is the lack of physicians to be able to tell anybody the prognosis or the time frame that within which the disease is going to pan out. And the unknowns are just as painful as some of the things that they are experiencing real time as well.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Susan, and thank you for all of those of you that are writing in with comments. I know we've been hearing from a number of the different individuals living with a number of the different types of FTD, and that some of the difficulties can be a little bit different from type to type. So I know we have a slide with some of that information from that survey you were talking about earlier, Susan. So if we could maybe see slide 2 on impact on quality life, looking across some of the different subtypes. And Susan, maybe you could walk us through this.
Sure. So you can see in the survey, we did have the ability to drill down a little deeper than we can live today. And so each of those bars, different colored bars, represents one of the different subtypes. And so green is behavioral variant, red is PPA, purple is FTD with ALS, and then dark blue is cortical basal syndrome, and light blue is progressive supranuclear palsy. And what you can see here is that across all of the disorders, loss of independence had a significant impact on quality of life for all of these individuals. Not surprisingly, the difficulty communicating, while it was mentioned again across all the disorders, it was most prevalent among people with primary progressive aphasia, which is the language subtype. And then again, you see reduced mobility weighing most heavily on the people with the movement disorders, so the CBS, PSP, and FTD with ALS.
Yes. Thank you, Susan, for sharing that, and we look forward to incorporating learnings from this survey along with everything from today in the Voice of the Patient report. And I want to welcome, we've been hearing some of these comments around worries and fears for the future, and I certainly want to welcome those into this conversation in addition to the current impacts of FTD. We have a couple more callers that I see that we want to share some experiences, so I want to go there. I see we have Amanda from Texas, who's a care partner to her husband with FTD. Amanda, are you with us? Amanda, are you?
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, welcome.
Thank you. My husband was recently diagnosed in the last few years. It took quite a while to get a proper diagnosis. My husband was in the military, and so they didn't want to, to give the diagnosis while he was still active, even though there was some odd behaviors that were going on towards the end before he retired. He was a military officer and actually was one of the executive officers at the hospital as running hospital administration of a military hospital. He was actually reported to the Senate, and he had a very high-level job there. And now I can't even trust him to even work as a Walmart greeter because I don't even know what he might do, if he could even be there, what he might say to someone, that he won't even wander off from there.
Sure.
And we have younger children. We still have school-age children. Actually, both of them are in middle school. So it's been very difficult, even trying to apply for services or Social Security, disability, or anything like that, because nobody wants to recognize this as a problem, even with a diagnosis. He has been diagnosed with frontal lobal deterioration, early onset dementia. He has all of what everybody's been talking about, the falling, the balance, the hand-eye coordination. I've had more emergency room because the problem is, I don't know if it's because it's so early, he still thinks he can do things. And he drilled through his own hand. He's fallen. It's just something happens almost on a daily basis that's like a catastrophe. And
one
of the things I will say, even
I was just going to.
I'm sorry that.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
You go ahead and finish. I might have a question for you once you.
Okay.
Finish.
I was going to say that one of the hardest things is for my children to have to see this and understand what's happening, being that they're younger. and he doesn't want to admit anything's happening or going on. He does know things are going on differently with him. But I will say the doctors were good focusing on me as the caregiver versus nothing that can pretty well be done for him. Whereas I've learned some stress signs and controls and different things for me to do. And my self-care was what they kind of urged most of all, because we wouldn't survive without it.
Yeah. So you're one of the first people who've called in, kind of sharing some of these, like hand-eye coordination, other impacts. I think you described as resulting in a daily catastrophe. Could you maybe describe that? Is it around balance? Is it really just hand-eye coordination? Do any of those accidents, are they result of judgment or lapse in judgment, or is it really more, just around, the physical impact?
The physical aspects are about mainly, I think, balance and hand-eye coordination. Now, we have had lapse in judgment. He gave away $30,000. He has done things like that where he has no access to any of our accounts. But this is the problem. Even within the banking system, because his retirement comes in his name, he has to be on the account. So if he drives up to the account, he can withdraw all of the money. But, so there are some things legally that people need to have put in place, too, that it's really hard because the system is set up to not even protect that person.
Sure.
And so there have been lots of lapse in judgment. There's been paranoia where he thought that I was after him. I was going to leave and take off with the kids, where he disappeared with my children for 10 days, going from hotel to hotel, thinking people were after him. And this was like the very, very beginning when things were starting to happen. That's why I urge anybody, especially getting those legal things in place, is of the utmost. But I'm concerned and disappointed that we don't have a treatment.
And I think we all are, Amanda, and I know we're going to explore what is everyone's looking for in treatments in the next section, but really appreciate you sharing your and your husband's experiences. I know we have one more polling question to get to this topic of worries for the future. So I want to go ahead and pull up our last polling question for this session. I want to ask you again to pull out your phones, open up that tab, go to pollev.com/AFTD. And we know there's lots of things that can be potential worries, but we want you to try to pick the top 3 of your worries or if you, for the future about your or your loved one's condition. And so the options are A, losing identity or sense of self, B, losing a job or career, C, losing friendships, D, damaging family relationships, E, the stress of not knowing how the disease will progress, F, losing independence, G, losing mobility and the ability to walk, H, losing ability to communicate, I, losing the ability to swallow, J, developing respiratory issues, K, not being able to work and live as desired, L, losing financial security, things like retirement, savings, and income, M, becoming a burden to my family, N, other, or O, not applicable because the person is deceased. So again, please select your top 3 greatest worries about either yourself living with FTD or your loved one that you care for with FTD, and about their condition in the future. And I'll just, again, remind us that these are percentages of responses that we're seeing here. So this is a sort of ranking by the size of the bar.
Right. And again, James, as I said before, the stress of just not knowing how things are going to go forward. People on this call are, they're hearing the wide variety of symptoms that can develop in the future. When somebody gets an accurate diagnosis of FTD today, all the physician can tell them is it could be 2 years, it could be 20 years, which obviously is not much of a help at all in terms of knowing what to expect or planning at all for the future. The other comment I make is just like that last caller, we know that about a third of people who responded to our Insights survey had children at home at some point while they were experiencing the disease. And of course, that is just so complicating for families trying to raise young children or teenagers. It's hard for adults to understand what's going on with FTD, and obviously that much harder for a young person.
Yeah. Well, when we're seeing here that the greatest worry by our participants today does seem to be the worry of the unknown. So it's not even any one particular thing, but really just not knowing. But we're seeing a lot of things reported. Things, maybe the next tier of things being losing the identity or sense of self, losing the ability to communicate. But really, the top three worries just really spread across all of these. For many people, for all of these, there's at least some people that this is their top three worry. So really want to continue to hear about that in this session, and then in our afternoon we'll build on this and maybe see what you would be looking for from treatments that maybe could get ahead of some of these things that you're worried about. So I'd like to go back to our Zoom panel here to think about these worries for the future. And I'd like to ask Anne, maybe to start us off, when you were looking at that list, what stood out to you as your top worry for the future?
Probably, I would say mostly financially, whatever, for the future, because I didn't plan on being sick like this. Yeah. So I didn't really plan financially for this. My father had FTD, so I have the genetic component. Yeah. So I'm not really worried about what's going to happen. I already know what's going to happen. Because I noticed that's one of the ones that was the most concerned about what's going to happen in the future. Right. I already know the future. So.
Well, thank you, Anne, for sharing that. And, I think that's probably something shared across this community, not having been able to, plan to have this happen and prepare financially and otherwise. How about Pedro, in thinking about this? What are your worries for the future?
Primarily, what's coming down the path for us with the disease. We're noticing some behavioral issues, and what kind of behavioral issues, how to plan for those. It's hard to get visibility into how the disease is going to progress. And that's hard sometimes.
Sure, harkening back to that unknown. Well, I really want to thank our Zoom panel for all of your contributions throughout today's session. I'm now going to take us, because we do have some more phone callers, I want to hear from you as well. I see that we have Carolyn from Ohio, who's the mother of a 43-year-old with a behavioral variant FTD that's now living with them. So a mother as a caregiver, want to hear from you, Carolyn. Are you with us?
I am here.
Welcome.
Can you hear me?
I can. Yes.
Corinne came home to live with us in June of 2018. She had always been independent, had her own business, was a financial analyst, and we began seeing symptoms of this the year before. She would not go see a doctor. And I finally she lived in Chicago. I would go up monthly to spend time, try to figure out what was going on. And she always said, I'm okay. I'm fine. To the point in April of that year, she was not able to handle any financial, pay her bills. And so consequently, we had to bring her home, shut down her Pilates studio, and take care of everything financially. We saw at the very beginning, at the year before, we saw that her executive functioning was definitely lessening. Her anger, her outbursts were unreal towards a taxi driver or towards a server in a restaurant. And this was never her way. There was a lack of filter. There was the OCD. And we've had her to 4 different neurologists. And they all said, the last ones said, basically, she's been in this probably 6 to 8 to 10 years. She is right now, we have to do everything for her, from personal care to actually some days even feeding her. We are definitely her guardian, set that up. We set up a special needs trust for her. As a financial analyst, she did have funds that, thank goodness, they were allowed me to oversee. But she's never admitted she's had a problem.
Sure. Yeah.
She's to the point now where she can, she no longer talks. And I have to read kind of what she needs. When she tries to get up out of the chair, she's beginning to experience motor issues. It used to be when we first brought her home, she was up and down all night long watching. Every television was on, and she would leave the house. So we had to put alarm system in to when you leave the house rather than when you come in. But now she's getting to the point where she grasps my hands very tightly, and she won't get up out of bed until I get her up and help her up out of bed, help her down the steps. She has certain patternings that she does down the steps, walking through the house. We have a caregiver that comes almost every day for 3 hours. She takes her for walks, and if she doesn't take her for a walk, my husband and I do that. We'll feed her lunch, and it's really helpful with us.
Yeah. So, Carolyn, as the mother of someone that's in their 40s with FTD, having now understanding your daughter's experience so much, what would you say is your biggest worry for the future for her?
Our biggest worry, well, I'm the problem with choking or respiratory issues, or everything else on that list we already do for her. But it's those things that, and the doctor said, what will take her that she will develop some type of a disease and you will not be able to diagnose it until it's too late. So I am hyper aware of what she looks like daily. I take her blood pressure. We take her oxygen level.
Well, thank you so much, Carolyn. I really appreciate it. I know that's not an easy question to answer. So thank you so much. So now, as we're wrapping up this morning session, of course, we'll be coming back in the afternoon to hear so much more from all of you. I do want to check in with Susan and see, is there anything noteworthy that we've seen coming in through the written comments, maybe anything we haven't heard yet in this morning session?
Yeah. So as far as people's worries for the fear, again, thank you everybody for all the comments that are coming in. There are really two major themes here. One is, as people look to the future and see that list of additional symptoms that their loved one may acquire, knowing that there really aren't any medications currently that their physician will have to manage it. So Elizabeth from Glenmore, Pennsylvania says, there are not any options that we see before us that can attempt to slow down the progression of her language. Rudolph from Germany says, no possibility of medical treatment. That means no hope for the future. And then the second group of responses is really focused upon the genetic concerns and the worry for the next generation. Kim from Missouri says, I personally would rather ride off into the sunset than have my son and husband have to deal with this horrible disease. It steals all that makes you you, your personality, your smile, your job, your memory, your voice, and your tribe. And then I think to round it out, I would just share from Elaine from England, who says, we hope that research will ultimately be the key to early diagnosis and treatment, if not for my husband, then for our son.
Wow.
And we see a lot of families who, are working so hard for that next generation.
Yeah, I think that's the perfect comment also to take us into our next topic, which will be coming back to talk about approaches to treatment, both those that you have currently available to you and get your experiences with those, but also rounding that out by looking towards the future and what you would want from those future treatments that will hopefully be coming down the pipeline, and some that already are. But we're going to go ahead and take a break now. We'll be resuming at 12:55 p.m. Eastern Time to go into our second topic. Thank you everyone who's called in, written in, answered polling questions, and of course our panelists for so far today. We wouldn't have learned so much if it wasn't for you, and we look forward to hearing from so many more of you in a little bit. Hi, this is James Valentine. I'm here with Susan Dickinson, and we'd like to welcome you back to the externally led patient-focused drug development meeting on FTD. After a very active morning discussion on the impacts of living with FTD, the symptoms, and their impacts on activities in daily life, we're now going to move into our second topic for today, which is to focus on approaches to treatment. We're going to want to hear from all of you in this community about the approaches to treatment that you've tried in the past or are currently trying, both medications as well as beyond, and get your assessment of how well they're working, things that have worked well or provided some management or relief from the symptoms of FTD, but also looking to maybe understand those things that haven't provided that relief or even have provided some downsides. And so we're going to be exploring that. And then we will also be wanting to get your perspectives around your preferences for future treatments for FTD, why we all are hopeful for a cure for FTD, for those treatments that will be coming down the pipeline before a cure. We want to understand what would be a meaningful benefit to you. What are your treatment goals? What factors would you consider when making a decision on whether to take a new treatment for FTD? To get us started on this, we have a pair of panels for you to share perspectives from those living with FTD as well as their care partners and caregivers. And our first panel is going to be those representing perspectives of sporadic FTD. Our panelists are Matthew, Melissa, Bob, Al, and Dorian. And I will go ahead and ask Matthew to take it away.
January 10th, 2013. Both a blessing and a curse. Diagnosis of behavioral variant FTD with the fateful words uttered by the neurologist. Unfortunately, symptoms are progressive and no curative treatment exists. That stark day will forever remain ingrained in my brain, for it interminably changed my life's course, and most especially that of my beloved wife Lisa and our 3 young children. I'm here today to speak to you on behalf of my wife Lisa, who at the age of 43 was diagnosed with behavioral variant FTD. A truly happy marriage, 3 wonderful children, the diagnosis, then the dreadful blow 2 months later, that due to safety concerns for both herself and others, Lisa would need to be placed into long-term care. Beginning in the spring of 2011, I knew something was awry with Lisa. She was twice let go from her position as an insurance broker. From there, we began to notice her lack of attention to personal hygiene, as well as a shockingly apparent lack of empathy for those closest to her. The classic behavioral variant FTD behaviors quickly ensued. By November of 2012, medical tests indicated that Lisa's behavioral and personality changes were likely neurological in nature. During the years prior to 2018, Lisa could rarely sit still and focus her attention. This made it extremely difficult when the children and I wanted to share some good news and latest happenings with her. Watching her get up and abruptly walk out of the room just as the kids were showing her the report card was both heartbreaking and painful to witness. This was not the loving, tender, and compassionate mother the children and I once knew. It was painfully clear how wretched this terminal degenerative disease truly was. Most of the drugs Lisa was prescribed targeted her heightened sense of agitation and anxiety, as well as her impulsivity and her obsessive compulsive behaviors. The Exelon 10 patch was prescribed but proved minimal in any positive effect. Cipralex was thus begun. However, its use not only resulted in weight gain, but also led to heightened behaviors. Trazodone was administered to help deal with insomnia and to help calm her. Its use had to be discontinued when Lisa began a clinical trial in 2014. In July of 2015, she started on Seroquel to help deal with significant agitation, especially her constant pacing and oral repetitiveness. In advocating for this drug, I told the unit nurse, "It's very trying being in the presence of someone who continually tells you what to do, bosses you around, is extremely obstinate, and generally unhelpful. Seroquel's use was discontinued in 2018 as Lisa's behaviors began to lessen with the introduction of antidepressants escitalopram and Effexor in 2016 and the antipsychotic risperidone in 2017. What the children and I longed for was a treatment that would allow Lisa's brain but a few brief moments of sheer exhilaration, joy, and empathy to be able to cherish our time spent with her. Our greatest wish was for a drug or treatment that would restore Lisa's ability to maintain focus for a set amount of time. I've often come across Lisa staring blankly at her TV and hoping beyond measure that she could recall the magical moments of motherhood she gave to each of our children. This hope has been greatly diminished, but still remains. Hope is the common theme being spoken here today. The one great ask we trust you will hear and act upon. For nearly 3 years, Lisa participated in a study for those with behavioral variant FTD. Regrettably, in September of 2016, the results were largely negative and fell short of their anticipated outcomes. A year later, I was disheartened to learn that we did not qualify for another clinical trial involving oxytocin. This was owing to the progression of Lisa's FTD. Sadly, Lisa began losing her ability to verbally communicate in 2018. At present, I wish there were a treatment that would allow her to speak. If such a treatment existed, I could hear how her day was, the activities she participated in, and most importantly, how she was feeling. In closing, I hope I've been able to describe what we need in new treatments and drugs that can make Lisa's current reality obsolete. Thank you for listening.
I'm Melissa Fisher from Beaverton, Oregon, and these are the words of my father, Mark Moriarty, emailed to me back in 2014. My dear daughter, Melissa, first and foremost, I want you to know I love the time I'm with you. Sometimes there are other things dancing around in my head that have nothing to do with where I am at in the present, and they affect my behavior, and I'm sorry for those moments. I love you dearly, Dad. My dad, a 73-year-old resident of Maui, was diagnosed 2 years ago with frontotemporal dementia, vascular dementia, and extreme compulsive driven alcohol abuse as a symptom of the disease. An MRI of his brain in 2017 revealed severe left temporal lobe atrophy with other mild white matter disease. It took us over 3 years to get testing and a correct diagnosis. He has, to the best of our recollection, exhibited symptoms since his late 50s. Since diagnosis in 2018, my mom, Carol, his wife of 52 years, has been his sole caregiver. In the early years of his disease diagnosis, my dad refused outside professional care to assist her and was combative, negatively reacting to any visitors to the home by walking off and wandering for miles. My dad has no idea that there is anything wrong with him. My dad's behavior made him dangerous driving. His license was taken and vehicle access eventually removed, but even being a safe passenger on many occasions, he attempted to exit the car while still moving down the road. One day he actually exited onto a busy 6-lane highway, eventually stopped by 5 squad cars. Excessive alcohol consumption led to falling, and he suffered many head wounds, a broken rib, and broken fibula in the earliest stages. My dad can't process pain and, despite medical evidence, refused medical treatment or adherence to a care plan. My dad would attempt to steal and drink alcohol by any means possible. One such escape allowed my dad to drink after lorazepam, an anxiety medication. The combination of the two led to an overdose and transport to Maui Medical Center for emergency care, where he escaped, PICC lines still intact. In the earliest stages of diagnosis, he attempted to jump out the 9th floor of a hotel room on Oahu due to delirium. He was jailed 6 times in 3 months, spending 1 Christmas in the county jail. Over 2.5 years, he became increasingly difficult to manage and banned from many stores. My mom had no other choice and was not able to leave him home alone. He was uncontrollable, but she needed to take care of them. And my father was the kindest and compassionate of men, but due to FTD, he has verbally abused and threatened my mom often. It was very challenging to keep my dad safe. Prior to diagnosis, my dad took Lexapro for depression, but it didn't always work, and no medications coupled with alcohol meant that the symptoms of his disease were intense. His behaviors by and large went unfettered, despite many attempts to redirect. The earliest stages were beyond stressful for our family, and our hearts hurt greatly because this experience is not dignified or fair to my dad, who was a kind and devoted husband, father, and grandfather. Not a day goes by where I do not mourn the loss of him. He's still here. My mom was granted guardianship in May 2018, and in February 2020, his disease had progressed enough that he was accepted into a care home, but he required for the first 4 months outside care support for every waking hour to redirect and keep him from escaping or pushing the staff around, which he did often. We worked daily with a geriatric psychologist to figure out what cocktail of meds would help, and dosages were increased frequently. He is taking several different medications for anxiety, compulsion, and agitation. They include lorazepam, naltrexone, Depakote, and Seroquel. Initially, he was prescribed Ativan during a very brief stint in a psychiatric hospital, but it made matters worse. My dad's now in nursing care, but because of the medications, frequently asleep during the 6-foot distance, 15-minute visits. In my mom's words, who would he be without all the drugs in him? She feels incredible guilt and wonders when she quit knowing the real Mark under their influence. This should not be. Had there been medications that made the earliest traumatic years manageable, our wonderful memories of him before FTD would be preserved, my mom's health intact, and the golden years of their life while touched by FTD would not be the complete and utter nightmare that it is. This is a brutal disease that has taken so much from our family, and we wish for no one else to ever suffer the pain of it. Thank you for allowing me this opportunity to share our family story with you here today.
Hello, my name is Bob Brennan from Auburn, Alabama, and I'm telling the story of my 72-year-old wife, Charlotte, because she cannot tell it. She suffers from primary progressive aphasia, and we've been married for 54 years. Charlotte has become totally nonverbal. She cannot use the phone for spoken communication, but can text if the sentence is 3 to 5 words and the verb usage is present tense and active voice. It's very difficult for her to express difference in time of events, such as yesterday, today, or tomorrow. She's impaired with judgment, balance, gait, and compassion. She exists with extreme frustration and anxiety and easily gets upset. To communicate with each other, we use simple text or simple words on a dry erase board and some obvious hand signals. She can do her own laundry, bathe, put on makeup, and get dressed. She can slowly cook a meal, including following a simple recipe. She can clean the house and decorate for holidays. Her attention span is limited. She will greet family visiting, but cannot stay engaged. Once she focuses on a task, she's strong-willed to not change direction. Early symptoms started 8 or 9 years ago and included not understanding television and failure to recall familiar words or using the wrong word. Ironic, it was not our medical doctor, but Auburn University Speech and Hearing Clinic that tested her hearing and speech and said they believed she had some form of aphasia. A neurologist at University of Alabama, Birmingham diagnosed non-fluent, agrammatic, primary progressive aphasia, June of 2013. He said there's no cure and basically no hope. So we began a journey of hope looking for any clinical trial or drug treatment showing any promise. Charlotte does take donepezil that in some cases slows the progression of Alzheimer's. We tried speech therapy early on, and it can help with short-term benefits maintaining communication. In our situation, I had to explain the disease to the therapist who knew stroke aphasia but not primary progressive aphasia. We tried the Lingraphica communicator, which generates speech, but it was too slow functioning. Another word finding tool that is helpful is the Oxford Picture Dictionary. Charlotte watches the TV program Wheel of Fortune to help retain some alphabet and commonly used words. These strategies work for somewhat to manage, but they don't really change this disease. We've traveled to Chicago and participated in 3 research studies at Northwestern. 2 studies were to track the progression of the effects of the disease. The third, the Communication Bridge study, uses technology for remote speech therapy. It was as effective as in-person speech therapy, but it had temporary benefits. Charlotte has also participated in direct current brain stimulation, a study done at Johns Hopkins in Baltimore. The study showed she got some learning improvement in spelling and pronunciation, but there are no long-term studies or a practical way to continue it. To participate, we had to travel and get through the airport. When we travel, Charlotte wears a lanyard, a sign that says she's nonverbal, and I wear one saying I'm her communicator. So far, this has allowed me to assist her going through airport security. However, she does wear jewelry, and that can cause us to be separated, and the TSA will not allow me to be involved when separated. It's so stressful. Due to other health issues, Charlotte has not been able to exercise to reduce stress. She takes citalopram for depression and anxiety with very little effect. She's developed a fixation on my not spending money and becomes very agitated if she sees me pull out a credit card. She's jealous of my attention and time. An online support group I'm in has more information being shared about managing the disease than you can get at most medical institutions. For us, smiles and laughter are rare. I've tried to get her into many clinical studies we follow and are open to not only drugs in trial, but procedures like focused ultrasound to break up tangles and tau in the brain. We've done various DNA studies on our own and had DNA done on 3 of Charlotte's relatives that had dementia, but not primary progressive aphasia. What we need is a way to return to a reasonable level of communication so we can restore some social connections. We need to reduce the anxiety and frustration without putting the patient in the fog. It may be selfish on my part, but we need a way to slow this disease down if a cure cannot be found. I want her here as long as possible, but she's frustrated. She's in pain. We need better treatments.
My name is Al Popish. My wife Judith received a diagnosis of primary progressive aphasia and Alzheimer's disease in May of 2014. Her progression was rapid and she passed in April of 2017. The symptoms that first appeared as early as mid-2012 were quite subtle. When asked a simple yes or no question, for example, she would often answer with the opposite response she was intending. She also withdrew socially and mostly listened without contributing to group conversations. Phone conversations were shorter and more one-sided than before. In February of 2014, an appointment with her primary care provider resulted in an MRI that was normal for her age and a referral to a neurologist. The PCP at this time prescribed escitalopram for treatment of her anxiety with positive results. In late March 2014, a complete neuropsychological evaluation showed deficits in abstract reasoning, short-term memory, language skills, visual perception, and executive function. At this time, she willingly gave up driving. Both Aricept and Namenda were prescribed, but the Aricept was stopped because of unfavorable side effects that affected her digestive system. Namenda was continued throughout her progression, but it did not seem to have any effect, either positive or negative. When asked about discontinuing the Namenda, the neurologist said taking it away could have a negative outcome. On a vacation in later 2014, Judy would often forget her purse in restaurants and began to have problems with incontinence. She lost the ability to balance a checkbook, and it became harder for her to find words and speak in complete sentences. She would often simply repeat what was said to her. Speech therapy was tried with no long-lasting results. In March of 2015, we moved into a home with everything on one level and a walk-in shower, both amenities that I would come to appreciate later. A second MRI in June showed prominence of the cortical sulci, a sign of severe cerebral atrophy, raising the possibility of frontotemporal dementia. By August, Judy needed assistance with most daily living activities at some point during the day. A combination of carbidopa, levodopa, and primidone provided some relief from the hand tremors she had developed. The Exelon patch was tried for 2 weeks, but it made her more anxious and affected her digestive system. Early 2016, Judy was admitted to in-home hospice care due to some weight loss, occasional aspiration, and other general declines, including a significant loss of mobility and several falls. A transfer wheelchair was acquired. I enrolled her in an adult daycare program for 2 days a week. She required staff assistance with eating due to the tremors in her hands, the carbidopa-levodopa no longer providing any relief. In April, Judy was discharged from hospice because she had stabilized, a common occurrence with an FTD patient. She became unable to feed herself with the fork or spoon. She developed urinary frequency at night, sometimes needing to get up 5 or 6 times, and she was prescribed Myrbetriq, which helped tremendously. She also became unable to speak or express her feelings. I hired paid caregivers, utilizing them about 30 hours per week, as I now needed help with getting Judy up in the morning and to bed at night. Mid-December 2016, Judy went back on hospice care. She had weight loss, increased sleeping, and refused food after just a few bites. Her medications needed to be crushed and served with soft food or ordered in liquid form. Hospice provided a hospital bed and a special wheelchair. The hospice nurse noticed that Judy's arm measurements were smaller, an indication of significant weight loss. She developed pressure sores that cleared up with treatment but later returned. Judy's nutritional intake was now a small glass of smoothie in the morning, a few bites of food, and some juice in the afternoon, and an ice cream cup before bed. From mid-December 2016 to mid-April 2017, her weight had dropped from 157 to 123. She was admitted to a skilled care facility early April 2017, still under hospice care. By April 16th, she refused food completely and passed the morning of April 19th. A pathology report from Judy's brain showed her to have corticobasal degeneration, CBD. In addition, there was temporal tau pathology consistent with argiophilic grain disease, which is found in about 40% of CBD cases. In summary, there were no medications or treatments that slowed the progression or alleviated any of the symptoms. It would be my hope that one day that would not be the case.
I'm Doreen Bannister from Windham, Maine. I'm grateful to have these few moments to share with you my family's journey with the behavioral variant of frontotemporal dementia. I'm an occupational therapist, FTD support group facilitator, and a mother. My son Matthew was happy and healthy, began dancing and singing at 18 months. He did so professionally, he was an athlete, an Eagle Scout, served a church mission, worked out 6 days a week, ran marathons, and was active in sports and socially. He worked for his father in a highly technical job, programming and troubleshooting complex HVAC equipment, and always looked like he belonged on the cover of GQ. Until 2009. I started getting phone calls about Matt's behavior, showing up at job sites, meetings, and rehearsals on the wrong date or wrong time, inappropriate conversation, asking for rides when class already started. He was arrested for speeding. His behaviors continued and progressed until early January 2010. His father fired him after he drove a forklift to the grocery store, insisting Matt was doing hard drugs, and then kicked him out of his apartment. Matt wound up on the streets of Portland, Maine, panhandling and living with a crack dealer until he was mugged March 2010. An emergency psych admission and said schizophrenia, and he was given Haldol. For years, his behavior continued and escalated. Increasing doses of Haldol did nothing for his agitation, pacing, or OCD behaviors and caused immense weight gain. Finally, on March 31st, 2011, a specialist diagnosed my handsome, brilliant, talented 28-year-old son with behavioral variant FTD. Looking back, there were symptoms starting at age 20, but who would ever think dementia for a 28-year-old? We attempted to manage his symptoms with a variety of medications, constantly shifting dosages, combinations, and delivery systems. Depakote for seizures and anxiety, sertraline for the OCD behaviors, Seroquel for the manic episodes, clonidine for anxiety and impulse control. Trazodone made him non-functional. Oxycodone simply made him sleep. Nothing helped the tremors. Matthew would stay awake for 3 to 4 days at a time, then sleep for 2 to 3 days. Melatonin worked initially, but eventually became ineffective. Meds offered short-lived and fluctuating relief, and where we were constantly adjusting the dosages every 3 months or less. All were imperfect tools, but the only tools we had, none impacting the underlying pathology. None of the medications Matthew was prescribed ever managed his impulse control. He would attempt to open a moving car door, walk through or over people, walk into streets without looking. His inability to self-regulate or self-assess resulted in disinhibition with hypersexual and self-stim behaviors. Matthew began chewing his medications. Most were labeled not to be chewed and didn't have liquid options. This became an even bigger challenge as his swallow became impaired. Matthew went from being independent to requiring 24/7 one-to-one care in a matter of months. He was placed in a facility 3 hours from our family. The stopping of his usual physical activity caused hyperactivity, and one-to-one care became essential. Hours upon hours of basketball, playing catch, and walking helped to tire him so he could sleep at night. Matthew probably had much more pain and light sensitivity than we realized. When he went out to appointments, he would tightly wrap a wet bandana around his head, put on sunglasses, noise-canceling headphones, a brimmed hat, and a hoodie, and then duck his head. During hospice care, I felt guilty that we did such a poor job assessing and managing his pain. I worked with his caregivers to help manage his FTD symptoms and changing level of function. Appropriate activities, a compression swing, weighted blankets, deep tissue massage, clothing modifications so he couldn't touch himself or access fecal matter, and home modifications, plus caregiver education for diversion techniques, transfers, and adaptive equipment and techniques for self-care and self-feeding, modifying of activities and tasks to his ever-changing abilities. Obviously, a way to stop this disease would be best, but barring that, management of the OCD and agitation, impulsiveness, and anxiety would be next, followed by a way to slow progression. My son's 7-year journey with FTD ended in December 2016 at age 35, when he could no longer talk, walk, or sing, was incontinent, could not care for himself, and could not swallow. My 6'3" baby boy weighed under 90 pounds, but he still knew us. I couldn't help my son, but I am here because maybe, just maybe, I might be able to help someone else's child. Thank you.
And thank you, Dorian, and all of our panelist perspectives from those living with sporadic FTD and their care partners and caregivers, and starting off this discussion of really understanding not only the experience with the condition, but approaches to treating the condition. And as we started to hear this morning, the lived experience with FTD can vary a great deal from whether it's a sporadic FTD experience versus a genetic FTD experience. And so because of that, we've had split today's panels into those two groups. And we just heard from the sporadic perspectives, and we're going to be soon hearing from genetic perspectives. But before we do so, I wanted to kind of share a little bit more about why we made that decision. And so I'd like for us to pull up slide number 1, which Susan, if you can walk us through this a little bit and help us understand.
Sure, happy to, James. So what we see here is a slide that Dr. Dickerson shared with us this morning. And the purple portion of the pie you can see is probably a little more than half. Our numbers are not precise. But this is the sporadic portion, and this is the people who we don't know why they develop FTD. And importantly, these are the people who more likely than not have to go a few years before they get the accurate diagnosis. Those symptoms we talked about this morning start appearing, they don't make any sense. And these are the people who probably have never even heard of FTD before when they finally do get that diagnosis. When you move to the green portion of the pie, these families would have the same experience. The only difference is if you looked at their family history, you'd see a smattering of more neurological, neurodegenerative type diagnoses than you'd expect to see by chance or on average. And those would be Parkinson's or Alzheimer's, or maybe some of the psychiatric diagnoses that we know are the common misdiagnoses our people get, like depression or bipolar disease. But what we're going to move on to now with this next panel are people from the yellow portion of the pie here. And as you say, we started to hear from some of these families this morning. These are the families where if you look at their family tree, you see the strong hereditary pattern from grandparent to parent to child. And we know, you can see here in the darker portion of the yellow, we know that the majority of these families have a mutation in one of these three main genes, MAPT or tau, progranulin, and then C9orf72. And again, as you'll hear, the C9orf gene does convey risk of both FTD and ALS. And so for these families, they absolutely have heard of FTD before. They understand in painful detail what one of these diagnoses mean. And with today's technology, we have the ability, if a mutation is known in your family and you are a first-degree relative of someone affected, we know you're at 50% risk for having inherited the same mutation. And you can be tested and known long before you yourself develop symptoms, whether you did inherit the mutation or not. The last thing I'd point out, James, would be that it's these families who are just so critically important for research at this stage. They're teaching us a lot about the natural history of the disorders because we can track people before symptoms actually develop. And it's also, that's enabling the drug developers to be especially active for these families. So these are the people we are tending to see the first opportunities for participation in clinical trials.
Sure. And as we continue in this topic of focusing on approaches to treatment, both current approaches and future approaches, we wanted to make this distinction, since that experience of knowing that you're at risk or being confirmed that you're at risk, or even knowing that the diagnosis as those first symptoms onset can also change the treatment experience, as well as what your hopes and preferences for future treatments might be. So with that, let's get to this second panel we have with perspectives from those with genetic FTD and their caregivers. We have Cindy, James, David, Helen, and Hannah. Cindy, take it away.
Hello, my name is Cindy Odell. I was diagnosed with behavioral variant FTD in 2011 at the age of 58. However, my journey with FTD did not begin there. My FTD experience began in my teens while spending summers with my grandparents. Changes began to appear in Grandma. She would get confused and she would tell me things that were totally inappropriate for my age. But it didn't matter. She was still the same nurturing person I loved. With worsening symptoms, however, she was admitted into the hospital. She was prescribed sleeping pills and Librium. And that night, she jumped out of the hospital window, fortunately into a snowbank. She died in 1988. In hindsight, my mom had already begun showing many of the same symptoms. Eventually, she was diagnosed with dementia, probably Alzheimer's disease, and was given Aricept and Namenda. Yet her dementia escalated. She trusted the wrong people with her money. She became hypersexual and made bad life decisions. In 2001, she was moved to a nursing home where she soon died. It did not end with Mom. My aunt started showing signs of dementia and was fired from a long-time job after making too many costly mistakes. The customers loved her, though, because like many with FTD, she could be a lot of fun. Within months, she was getting lost and talking about phone calls with my deceased uncle. She was diagnosed with dementia and prescribed the usual Alzheimer's medications, but she refused to take them, telling me that they made her feel worse. In 2012, she was also moved into a nursing home and died soon after. Only 2 weeks after her death, the third sibling, my uncle, also died. His symptoms closely mirrored those of my mom and my aunt. By then, I had already started showing symptoms. I did embarrassing things such as wearing my clothes inside out and saying inappropriate things. Employed as an accountant, I struggled during tax season. I could do the forms fine, but putting them into the correct order left me befuddled. Paying for cash in the morning for my coffee confused me. I covered for it by using credit cards. On days when it was my turn to make the lunch run, I would often get lost on the way back to the office. The worst, though, was when I would leave the office, get in my car, and then be in front of my garage door, all with no recollection of the drive home. That day, I stopped driving, and at the end of that tax season, I was fired. I knew something was wrong. My family doctor agreed and referred me to the same local neurologist my mom had seen. He still knew nothing about FTD. After cognitive testing, he said there was nothing wrong with me, yet he handed me prescriptions for Namenda and Aricept. I passed those tests not because I didn't have Alzheimer's. I passed those tests because I had FTD. Fortunately, my family doctor convinced me to seek another opinion. This neuropsychiatrist immediately diagnosed FTD and theorized that my family members had all had FTD, not Alzheimer's. He quickly made me stop taking the Alzheimer's medications, and when I did, I felt like a fog was lifting from my brain. Eventually, it became necessary for me to hire someone to help in our home. She was aware that I had dementia. After my husband died in 2019, my daughter insisted that I move into her home. We realized that the caregiver had been stealing from me for at least 2 years, and I had never realized. After moving to North Carolina and living with my daughter, she constantly needs to assume more responsibilities. There are many things I can no longer do when she is not at home, including cooking and leaving the house. I cannot even walk around the block by myself because I become lost. I cannot decide which I fear most, my ever-increasing needs to keep her from her own life or needing to move into a nursing home. A common misdiagnosis for FTD is bipolar disease. My sister carries that diagnosis, but when I recognized many of the same symptoms in her, I feared that she actually has FTD. We do not know what gene is causing this devastation in my family. Through the Elector study, I was tested for the progranulin gene, but the results were negative. I do plan to get tested for the other FTD genes soon. Although my only child is adopted, I worry about my cousin's children. I would willingly participate in any research studies or drug trials, even if there is a risk to my life. I am that desperate to have this disease end with me. My only obstacle is traveling to the study locations. FTD has now taken a family member in every decade. I pray that this disease can end with me.
My name is James and I am from London. I live with my wife and 2 sons. Several members of my family have suffered from FTD and ALS. What is probably obvious to many in this meeting today is that the C9orf72 mutation runs in my father's family. Of course, my family did not realise this until recently. My paternal grandmother suffered with dementia and motor neurone disease. She was cared for at home for the duration of her illness. So when my father was diagnosed with FTD in 2008, she had some idea of what to expect. This was in marked contrast to the health professionals supporting us, as they did not understand the pace of change that was coming. My father's first symptoms were related to FTD. He started to make bad decisions financially, taking on loans that weren't needed. As his symptoms developed, he became disorientated and confused more easily, often getting lost in places he knew very well. When the ALS started, the progression was remarkable. My father's decline was rapid and total. In a matter of months, he went from walking and talking to being unable to feed himself. As his understanding of situations deteriorated, we tried to keep him away from dangerous situations. In the early stages, we took simple steps, such as making sure he didn't have access to a car. The same is true of financial commitments. We struggled to make it harder to gain access to credit, however, despite his diagnosis. But the behavioural changes of FTD were soon eclipsed by the physical challenges of ALS. Within a very short time, months rather than years, my father required a wheelchair, a hoist, downstairs accommodation with an appropriate bed, and assistance to wash and clean. My mother became a full-time caregiver with little to no respite. Local care facilities were very much dedicated towards illnesses that were better known and understood. My mother struggled with the lack of information that carers had available to them, often making her own choices with care provision. Given she was so focused on catching up with care, we found it very difficult to find access to local services that may have offered them both some relief. Since my father's death in 2014 at the age of 71, the gene has continued to leave its mark on my family. My aunt died a few years ago without diagnosis, but similar symptoms. Just 18 months ago, her son, my cousin, also died in his 40s. This loss has motivated me to make whatever difference I can. I have been involved with the Gen5 research project since my father's diagnosis, where I undertake a mix of clinical and cognitive assessments, as well as brain imaging and biofluid sampling. I would comment that some of the elements related to testing memory, social understanding, and attention to detail can feel a little blunt, and I wonder if they allow for subtle changes in behaviour. Although to date I have chosen not to learn my genetic status, I know that I have a 50% chance of developing FTD and have 2 small children who are also at risk of inheriting the disorder. Before participating in any future new drug trial, I would want to clearly understand the likely benefits, such as furthering knowledge or effectively treating the condition. I would consider genetic testing for the carrier gene if it were beneficial for the study. However, I would want to understand what those benefits are. My primary concern is to support medical research so that my children have treatment options available should they need them in the future. Marginal gains made now and in the near future may have material impact to their treatment options. Whilst cure would be ideal, I understand that delay or prevention is more likely. I do not want my wife and children to be in the same position we were when my father became ill. My hope is that the delay of symptoms would allow a better transition to care and protection from bad decisions.
Hello, my name is Helen and I'm the carer for my 57-year-old husband Jeff. Jeff has a genetically confirmed diagnosis of progranulin mutation with symptoms presenting as primary progressive aphasia. His mother died aged 66 and predominantly demonstrated corticobasal degeneration. His grandmother died aged 54, also demonstrating CBD. Additionally, an uncle had dementia symptoms and died in his 60s, but no mutation was identified. Jeff had not been aware that his mother had FTD. He believed that she died of Alzheimer's disease. It was a chance conversation with a cousin that raised my interest when she made reference to the autosomal dominant family dementia. Jeff wanted testing. Over a year later, in July 2015, we received his result. It was a day that changed our lives forever. With emotions very much akin to those of bereavement, we grieved for the future we had planned that would no longer happen. Once we had the results, our bucket list was prioritised and holidays booked to faraway places. I informed my boss I would be ending my career early to spend time with Jeff, and I contacted London researchers. By September 2015, Jeff was enrolled in the Gen5 observational study at Queen Square, London. By March 2016, he was enrolled in the Forum Phase 2 drug trial, which sadly ended prematurely. It was not until 2019 that another trial was deemed suitable for Jeff. He enrolled in the EL-PFDD phase 1 trial specifically aimed at those with progranulin mutations. He is currently just completing the phase 2 element of this. However, recently, Jeff has indicated through mime and single words that he knows the injections are not making a difference to his brain. The look of sorrow on his face is heartbreaking. He does still enjoy his visits to the research centre. He has never refused any type of intervention, including multiple lumbar punctures. He likes the attention. He likes to know he's doing good, even if it is for others. I believe that every FTD sufferer has a trial tipping point. If a trial intends to suspend or slow disease progression, at what point does participation remain acceptable? This is highly individualised, but for me, it's when I ask, if Jeff could be suspended at this point of progression and be like this for the next 20 years, would that be what he or I want? When Jeff was fully articulate still, we spoke about his progression and what to expect. He said to me on many occasions, I'd rather die of anything but this. The Jeff that I married was the most outgoing, jolly, sociable, generous, spontaneous, chatty and caring man I know. His occupations reflected his personality and chatter. He was a highly successful pub landlord for many years, then he moved into sales, ultimately becoming a national sales director. He could sell anything to anyone, anywhere. It's therefore particularly cruel that his symptoms are predominantly language-based. Since early 2016, I have watched the steady deterioration in his language, the ability to find words, his reducing vocabulary, slower listening processing time, the ever-reducing appetite for emailing, telephoning, reading and speaking. His vocabulary is now just a handful of words. There is an almost total lack of understanding of the spoken or written word. Pictures, facial recognition and emotions are still understood, but communication is challenging for him. So we watch television in silence, we drive in silence, we eat in silence. He no longer has capacity for managing the household in any way, finances, correspondence, maintenance, etc. He can still mow the lawn, cut the hedges and cook, but he can no longer read any cooking instructions. However, I don't regret for a moment pursuing the genetic testing. Had we not known about his mother's diagnosis, I would have been questioning our relationship as his symptoms emerged. It has been hard enough telling myself it's FTD, not Jeff. At least I was forewarned and can rationalise his changes. To summarise, Jeff is still generally content, but is increasingly withdrawing into a world of very limited communication. Our relationship is now one of companionship carer. Our world has shrunk to our immediate surroundings, and friends and acquaintances are few and far between. People ask, how's Jeff? The truthful answer is one I first heard at a support group. He's the worst he's ever been, but he's the best he'll ever be. When asked how I am, I say, I'm okay, thanks, but inside I feel I'm just a widow in waiting. FTD consumes my every thought. Jeff has reached his tipping point. Others need to be helped before they reach theirs.
Hi there. Please excuse me while I read for a script from some of this, but I feel in the current circumstances it's the best way to get my speech across to you. I'm Hannah Mackey. I'm a 37-year-old police officer from the UK and mum of two beautiful girls aged 5 and 7. When I was 7 years old, my granddad passed away. He was never able to do granddad things with me, like taking me to the park, reading a book, or watching me win my first trophy. My memory of him is with a glazed look over his face in a nursing home, not knowing who I was or able to communicate, and he died at 57 years old. About 5 years ago, my family started to notice changes in my dad. For 34 years of my life, my dad was a strong, loving, dependable person, the go-to person for all financial matters and life help. He was sporty, he loved tennis and football and lived an active life with his dogs and his garden. He was an intelligent, hard-working engineer, a renowned figure regularly managing multi-million-pound projects for the food and drink industry for many of the world's most leading brands. When we started to notice changes in his behaviour, Gradual at first, but different each day. He became withdrawn, communicated less, appeared to care less. He made some very obscure financial decisions and could no longer hold down a job, until one day I suddenly saw that same glazed look on his face that took me racing back to being 7 with my granddad, and I knew something was wrong. He was diagnosed with FTD in 2017. As his condition deteriorated, he would go missing. He lost his ability to cook, do jobs around the house, display empathy, risk assess, and his mannerisms changed, only laughing when the kids would hurt themselves. He became a child in an adult's body, ritualistic in behaviour. For years I watched as my mum, a loving grandma and wife, has struggled every day as his devoted carer through love for scraps of the person she once knew, but a person that no longer communicates, knows who we are, or has any emotional comprehension of the world he is now living and breathing in. Vital processes were missing, and he would cause floods, damage, and risk to himself. He could no longer dress or wash himself, and he became totally incontinent, regularly pulling down his trousers wherever to go to the toilet, and needed constant 24/7 supervision and care. Our grief processes continue for years, as we all watch helpless as my dad slowly dies in front of us, knowing in his eyes he would hate this, view it as losing his dignity, and has little real quality of life. Caring for my dad has pushed our family to breaking point, and I will be serious in saying that I nearly lost both my parents to this. Very recently, my dad has been admitted to a nursing home where he can receive the best possible care for the later stages of the condition. With my dad's diagnosis came another blow. It was genetic. I debated over having the test, but I realised that I could live better with the result, whatever it was. Then, with the uncertainty of not knowing, I was given the bad news. I am to suffer the same fate as my dad, giving my children a 50% chance too, and I look at my children every day as they run and play with their friends, knowing that I am responsible for this brutal condition potentially affecting them, and that kills me. This result will have an effect on my ability to provide for my children, as I know I will be medically retired from the police as soon as symptoms appear. My ability to obtain a mortgage or life insurance is limited, and my diagnosis has cost me my marriage, as my ex-husband was unable to cope with the condition. Comments of my children: I wish I had known Grandad before he got poorly, and I wish he could play with me. And, Mummy, am I going to get dementia? I've broken my heart, but the reality is exactly that. Should they wish to start a family, this will all be done through IVF. Their own job prospects, relationships and futures will be affected, and they too will have to watch while their mum withers away to a shell of what I am now, while they take their own agonising decisions about whether they themselves find out. I actively participate in the Gen Phi study, and for me, this personally, the priorities for treatment are to stop people losing themselves to this condition. I personally would not want treatment that extends my life or slows a deterioration once I've reached certain clinical stages. I would love to see a treatment where I could remain me, and by that I mean to be a practical and emotional mum to my kids as they get older, not dependent on them for full-time care or lose my mental capacity for life in my 50s. I so want to see my kids get married and hold my grandkids and do all those things, those generational stages that we just assume will happen. I'm committed to helping to find treatments for FTD and will participate and consider any clinical trial. Treatment is urgently needed. I live every day feeling like a ticking time bomb, as do many others. The impact an effective treatment will have for patients and their families can just not be put into words. It's too late for my dad. This totally cruel disease has taken him and his dad. Unless we stop it, it will take me and my kids too. That's the reality. I will leave you with a comment made from my 7-year-old to a socially distanced Father Christmas just gone this December. I don't want any presents this year, Santa, but please instead, can you find a cure for dementia? Thank you.
Wow. Hannah and all of our panelists, just incredible hearing your perspectives, your heart-wrenching stories, but also, your clear requests for what it is you're looking for from future treatment and even what your children are looking for. So I want to thank you all for volunteering to be panelists today, and to all of our panelists from throughout the program. Now we get to move into our second discussion with all of you that have joined us live today, all of you living with FTD and at risk of FTD, or care partners and caregivers of those living with FTD. And as I mentioned earlier, we're now going to build on our conversation from earlier today and now address approaches to treatment, understand your experiences with existing treatments and your thoughts about those for the future. To help us in working through this, we have a set of discussion questions we'll be exploring. If we can pull those questions up. So in this topic discussion on current and future approaches to treatment, we're going to be asking you about the various different things you're either currently doing or maybe have recently done to try to help manage FTD symptoms. In exploring those different treatment experiences that you have, we certainly want to hear about your experiences with medications, whether it's medications for particular symptoms of FTD or other ancillary effects of the condition, but also other things, other medical procedures, other types of therapy, more holistic approaches to treatment, even things that you might do yourself in day-to-day life to just try to help manage or help your loved one manage with FTD a little bit easier. So really, we're casting a broad net when we talk about and use the word treatment here. In exploring those treatments, we want to understand what are the most significant downsides to those treatments and how those downsides affect daily life. We understand that particularly for drugs or drug medications, that they often come or all come with some side effects. And so, whether it's a side effect downside, the burden of getting the treatment itself, or other downsides that you might view from any of those various treatment approaches. We want to hear from you about those and how those downsides impact your life. We also want to hear your assessment of how those treatments have worked. Where have treatments helped? What did that help look like? What did that mean for you or your loved one? Or maybe where have things not worked so well? And I want to hear your experiences and how your approaches to treatment have changed over time. And then finally, at the end of our session today, we're going to turn towards the future and think about that pathway to a cure and what might be in that pipeline of new therapies that will come along that pathway. And want to hear from you about what specific things you would look for in an ideal treatment for FTD. It's going to be a very personal question for each of you about what it is personally you're looking for, personally and specifically. Another way to think about that question is, what are the factors that would be important to you when considering to choose to select a new drug for use for prevention or treatment of FTD? So these are the questions that we're going to be exploring with you to get us started. Earlier in the day, we're going to start with a few polling questions to get us thinking about these topics. So this is your chance to pull that phone out, open up the browser, open the tab on your computer, go to www.pollev.com/AFTD and answer questions. If you're a person living with FTD, answer on behalf of yourself. If you're a care partner or caregiver for someone with FTD, please answer these on behalf of one individual that you care for. And we're going to be exploring first here your experiences with different treatment approaches, with this first question focusing more on those medications and medical treatments. We'll ask you shortly about other types of approaches. So here we want to know all those that you as a person living with FTD or a person that you care for that lives with FTD, what medications that they have tried, and we want you to select all that apply. The options are A, antidepressants, B, anti-Parkinsonian drugs, C, transcranial stimulation, D, experimental medications as part of a clinical trial, E, riluzole or razeglene, F, drugs for anxiety, G, medications for cognition, H, antipsychotics, I, mood stabilizers, J, other medications, K, if you're not sure what treatments you've tried or your loved one has tried, L, if you prefer not to answer, or M, if you have not yet used medications or medical treatments, whether that might be because you're only at risk or other personal decisions related to your choice to use medicines or medical treatments. And again, please select all that have apply, which are all that you or your loved one have tried. We've provided some examples throughout.
And it looks, James, like antidepressants are going to stay at the forefront.
Sure.
I think those are prescribed both because, for obvious reasons, as appropriate reasons, but also we know that apathy is one of the main symptoms that can be seen, especially in behavioral variant FTD, and that's often misinterpreted as a depressive syndrome.
Mm. Yeah, and as you're thinking about these, start to think, did this, win in my experience? Did I start taking one of these? How did it work? Did it work and then maybe wane in terms of how well it worked? We really want to hear, the whole range of different possible experiences. So it looks like we're getting, and again, these are percentages of responses, not the percentage of people selecting each of these options. So besides antidepressants, which Susan already spoke to, we're seeing that, antipsychotics, drugs for anxiety, medications for cognition, mood stabilizers, and others are used by a good proportion of our audience today. We do have some experience with other types of drugs, antiparkinsonians, and also even experimental drugs that are being studied in trials. Everything here, some have used, so we want to really get at this broad experience. We go to our next polling question. So again, we are focused not only on medications, but broader approaches to treatment. And so here we want to know, besides medications, what approaches has the person diagnosed used to help manage the symptoms of FTD? And please select all that apply. The options here are A, increased exercise, B, decrease of exercise, C, modifications or accommodations at the home, D, mobility aids like walkers and wheelchairs, E, diet modifications, F, physical or occupational therapy, G, speech therapy, H, meditation or other forms of stress management, I, dietary supplements, J, cannabidiol or CBD or cannabis, K, therapy or counseling, L, peer support groups, M, alternative communication strategies, things like personalized cards, boards, and technology apps, N, some other type of management strategy that's not listed here on this in this question, or O, not doing anything to help manage these symptoms. So again, please select all of those various management approaches that may apply to you or your loved one.
Yeah, and again, we can see a wide array of management strategies that individuals and their families try. What we hear from our families is they get the best guidance of this from support groups, from other families who have gone before, if you will, and learned the strategies that are most effective in daily life.
Yeah, and it looks like some of the top options or most commonly used strategies are increased exercise, modifications and accommodations around the home. We're also seeing other types of therapy like speech therapy, PT and OT, as well as mobility aids and diet modifications. So a wide range, again, everything here being used by this community, with perhaps the thing least being utilized is a decrease in exercise. So we really look forward to hearing, again, how well these things have worked, any downsides that you've experienced. So we have one more polling question at this point in time. If we can go to question 3. And here we want to now thinking about all of those things, the medications and other medical treatments, as well as those other broader strategies. How well does that together, as your current regimen, control important symptoms of the condition? And the options are A, not at all, B, very little, C, somewhat, D, to a great extent, or E, it's not applicable because there's, you or your loved one is not currently using any treatment. You know, this can be a difficult one to try to just, put it clearly in one category, but we Hope that you'll pick the one that most closely resembles your your experience with current treatments and how well they're controlling important symptoms of you or your loved one's FTD.
And James, the other comment I'd make here is, as with any progressive disease, the needs change over time. And again, what we hear from most people is that they'll find some sort of balance of management strategies and pharmaceutical agents that will manage the most troublesome symptoms for a while. And then as the disease progresses, that balance is lost and you have to find new strategies.
Yes. So for the just under, somewhere between 40 and 50% that say that their current treatments are helping them somewhat, we do want to hear what those are, how you noticed that treatment approach was helping, what that meant for you. For those that are maybe very little or not at all, what did you try that and that didn't really help, and how did you, why would you describe it as either not helping at all or very little? We really want to explore this full range here. So with that, I want to thank you all for participating in this polling. It gives us a good sense of the experiences of our audience here. If you have thoughts about your selections for these polling questions, if you want to help weigh in and share your experiences, I would like to invite you to do so by calling in. You can dial in at 1-703-844-3231. Again, that number is 1-703-844-3231. We'd love to get you in the queue and be able to talk to you here shortly. In addition, you can write in with comments. There is that comment box that is under the live stream on the web today. You can enter in your comments there at any point, and we'll be reading a handful or some of those as we move through the program. Again, all of the comments that we receive, though, will be incorporated into the Voice of the Patient report, which is the summary report for this meeting. So while people are starting to call in and write in, I'd like to welcome our Zoom panel, members of your community, individuals with FTD and their care partners and caregivers, to help us get this conversation started and share their really important experiences. So thinking about that most recent question, asking how well does your current treatment regimen help with important symptoms of FTD? I'd like to start maybe with Wanda. What did you pick, and what treatments contributed to that decision?
I selected not at all. My family is a 3-generation family with progranulin, and up until the new clinical trials, when family members would take some of the Alzheimer treated drugs, we would have catastrophic reactions to it. So we've not found really anything that is a go-to product to really help any of our family.
Yeah, so you all have tried a number of different treatment options. What were the important symptoms that you were thinking of, that you would have hoped would have been treated?
I think the executive function, the apathy, being able to communicate with them, trying to get the legal things taken care of with the runaway train is just devastating. So products that will help with that judgment issue would be very helpful.
Sure. And maybe just to understand and what you were looking for in kind of helping with those particular health effects. Were you looking for an improvement? Were you looking for maybe just a slowing of progression that you had been seeing? Maybe put into the context of where in the FT journey you all were.
I guess we're optimistic in that we want a cure. Mm-hmm. We just want these proteins and drugs to change the proteins, whether it's genetic or whether it's a slight alteration in the protein. We just want products that will, get us to a cure.
Sure. Well, thank you, Wanda. Let's go to Ed. Ed, same question. What were you thinking about that last polling question in terms of how well, current treatment regimen is working? What treatments played into that decision?
Sure. I'm Ed from Sacramento, California. My wife was diagnosed originally with BV the behavioral variant, but we now know she has the C9orf72 genetic variant. I would say that we're fortunate in that right now things seem to be working as well as probably they're going to. Certainly not perfect. She's on 2 medications, an antipsychotic and an antidepressant, and she's stable, and that's encouraging because she wasn't always stable. And so we're feeling pretty good about where she is right now, but we know that it's not likely to last forever. Her father had the C9orf72 genetic mutation, so we've had the experience. We've watched what happened with him, and Anne herself anticipates that she'll follow a similar pattern. And as we've said, and I've heard on the various discussions, there is no cure yet, and that's what we want. We want a cure.
Yes.
It's not there yet.
I would love to hear a little bit more about that treatment experience that you just described, where there was progression occurring before you got to the current treatment regimen, and now there's been stability. Can you maybe help me understand what symptoms were progressing and are now stable, and what has that meant for quality of life?
Sure. I would say that my wife's early symptoms were easily attributed to behavioral variant because they were behavioral. There was a certain the lack of the filter, the lack of empathy for others. There were weird behaviors, but the doctors, especially before diagnosis, were trying different medications, and even after diagnosis, because there is no clear cut, this is going to work. So they were experimenting a lot with different medications, trying this, seeing what will happen, trying that. And so actually, to be honest, it became hard to know the difference between what's the disease and what's the side effect of the drug that she's on right now. And, it really took years to get her to a drug regimen that seemed to be stable. And she's actually been on the current dosage and everything for over a year. And she seems to feel good where she's at, generally speaking, even though, she wishes there were things that were better. And of course, those of us around her wish that, she was well, and she's not.
And can you give me maybe just one example of one of those things where she is feeling better, just to put that into some context?
I think that, she would say that one of the things that has improved is she now can feel a little bit. For a long time, she really couldn't feel anything. And now she will still admit that there's a lot of things that she just doesn't understand. She'll laugh because other people are laughing, but she doesn't find it funny. She'll try to act sad because other people are acting sad. She's not feeling it herself, but she says, I can sort of feel a little bit.
Sure.
And that actually makes her feel better.
Oh, I can't imagine. That's incredible to hear. Thank you so much, Ed. Want to get one more perspective here before I see that we're starting to get some callers in the queue, but I want to turn to Teresa. As someone living with FTD, how would you assess your current treatment regimen? Has anything helped? That you're currently using?
Okay, my name is Teresa. I live in Phoenix, Arizona. Currently, what I'm doing now is a lot better than what I had done previously. So I think that today I'm doing a whole lot better than, we'll say, probably about 3 years ago. Yeah.
Yeah, and so what can you maybe tell us some of the things that you're using now that are helping you?
Well, now I'm not using any pharmaceuticals, and I do a lot of exercise.
Okay.
I have changed my diet quite a bit, and I use different cues to get me through the day now, and it's a lot better for me. But exercise really has made a tremendous difference in my life.
Yeah, and maybe how have you noticed that? How have you noticed that it's helping?
Because after I can get up in the morning and sometimes I have like that brain fog. I can jump on my spin bike, my Peloton, and take a really hard class. And even though I might not be able to do the left and the right when they say left and right, I still move. And by the time I'm finished with a good 30 to a 45-minute workout, I'm a lot clearer. And words make sense to me, which is very important. And on days that I can't move, words do not make sense to me.
Wow. Well, I'm so glad to hear that you've found some things that are really helping you, and thank you for sharing that with us. So I'd like to take it to the phones. I see that we have Brandon from California, who's a primary caregiver for his mother with behavioral variant FTD, and he wants to share some of his, her treatment experiences. So Brandon, are you with us?
Yeah, I'm here. Thank you for having this meeting and sharing with the FDA just the needs of our community. And my mom began having symptoms at age 55, and I became her caregiver at the age of 19. And throughout that time, we had tried to use various medications to treat the psychiatric symptoms of her disease, which were not the only symptoms. There was a cognitive piece that was there, but the psychiatric symptoms were most prominent and most noticeable. And one of the most frustrating things as a caregiver is being a caregiver, we all wish that we could take this from the person that we're caring from, but we can't because there is no treatment for the primary cause of this disease. And so I'm grasping at straws trying to treat all the associated symptoms that come from the root cause of this disease. And my family has a hereditary condition. It's caused by the VCP gene. This gene is associated with ALS as well as inclusion body myopathy and Paget's disease, and causes many, many symptoms that are not treatable by current medications. But we're hopeful that there are some very early therapies that are being looked at for treatment of the protein buildup. And so we're hopeful that these will soon provide a treatment for the disease.
Sure. No, of course. And Brandon, I really appreciate kind of your sharing of your mother's experience and the unmet need that she continues to have, all stemming from the underlying cause of the disease. In thinking about, her and her treatment experience, has it been fairly stable? I mean, you said you were kind of grasping at straws. Does that mean you're constantly changing things up in hopes to find something that might help even a little, or maybe just give us a little bit of a sense of her treatment history?
Sure. So her symptoms have constantly been progressing and changing, and so as her symptoms have changed, we've constantly been evaluating the medications that she's been taking, making adjustments to her dosages. Often we've had to increase those medication dosages, and the inverse effect of that is that a lot of times that also increases the side effect of that medication. And so it's a constant struggle to gauge the benefit of an antipsychotic or a mood stabilizer or a sleep medication with the negative effects that it has at the same time. And so it's a constant balance, and we've been dealing with this for now about almost 5 years, and we've constantly been changing medications, and we're constantly going to be changing medications as she continues to worsen.
Sure.
Because our goal is to treat her as best as we possibly can and limit the symptoms that we can.
Sure. Well, thank you so much, Brandon. And I, as going kind of duly noted about not necessarily being able to tell if something's helping, both because the disease continues to progress, but also with the side effects as a trade-off. So thank you so much. We also have James from California, who was diagnosed within the last year with SVPPA. And so I would love to hear a little bit, James, about your journey with FTD and your treatment regimen and your evaluation of that. So James, are you with us?
Yes.
Welcome. Yeah, so anything you want to share about your treatment journey, maybe thinking about that polling question and your kind of assessment of how well things are working for you? James, are you?
Well, the disease isn't getting any better, but thankfully it's not getting substantially worse.
Yeah, so I think we had you cut out there for a second, James. Could you maybe just tell us who you are again and maybe just share a little bit again?
Sure, yeah. I'm James Staten in the Sacramento area, and I was a long-time technology consultant, and I heavily required my memory strength at that time to keep that job, and now, of course, and had to drop out of the job.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and because of that, I mean, in trying to address those symptoms and that progression, has there been anything that you've tried in terms of treatments and any notice of whether they're helping or not?
Well, I tried a couple medications that were given to me when I was first diagnosed, but neither of them were helping at all. And so we dropped those. It was my doctor at UCSF, who's a specialist in this disease, who helped switch from that medication to the one that I'm on now. And the one that I'm on now only helps with my depression and my anger that comes when I miss out on the right words and don't understand things.
Sure.
So that medication is helping. In terms of treatments, MRIs periodically are good to see if there's anything with my brain getting worse. And I'm doing speech therapy recommended also by UCSF. And that speech therapy is somewhat helping me deal with my memory losses.
Oh, well, that's great.
But they're not making the memory loss problem go away.
Right. Just helping maybe manage with it a little better. Either that or on the previous treatment topic that you mentioned, which was helping with the depression and anger, how did you notice that the medication was helping you?
Well, I noticed it was helping because as I started taking the pill, I would not get angry and not get depressed in the days in which I took the pill.
And maybe just to help us understand a little bit about your experience, on the days that maybe you weren't taking the pill, what did that, kind of anger or depression, how did that kind of manifest for you? What did that look like or feel like?
Yeah, when I was failing to remember certain things, I would get quite depressed. Occasionally when I was having those problems and my family members were not recognizing that was what was going on, I would get angry. And that anger was always at me, not at them. But when I would get angry, they would get super scared that I was getting angry with them or that I would do something negative to them. Right.
Well, I am so glad to hear that you've found at least something to help with that a bit. Thank you so much for calling in and sharing your experiences with us today. I see that we're getting written comments as well. Maybe starting with things that we would call successes, even if they're little small successes. Would love to hear about that. Susan?
Yeah, so things that some people have found working, I'd say fall into two buckets. Under actual medications, Lorraine from Australia says his disturbed nights have been helped by temazepam. Phil from Maryland says his wife takes 100 milligrams of Zoloft for mood and behavior. And Candace from Colorado says while they tried multiple medications that did not work, they have finally arrived at Haldol injections, which are great for control of aggression and obsessions. As far as management strategies, as Teresa said, we're getting a lot of walking, physical therapy, being active. A number of people comment on different kinds of communication aids like picture books or tablets. Elaine from Nottinghamshire says we use music and podcasts as something my husband can access and enjoy. And Elizabeth from Pennsylvania said her mother had the opportunity to participate in a clinical trial that was based on speech training to find and practice words based on photos or hints. So again, they found that was helpful in terms of retaining her language abilities.
Oh, that's wonderful. I want to encourage people to both continue calling in and writing in. You can write in using that little comment form under the live stream. We want to keep hearing from you and hear as many comments as possible. And again, if you want to call in, that number is 1-703-844-3231. We'll continue taking calls, but right now I would want to just kind of continue to broaden our thinking around evaluating our current treatment options. And so we have another polling question, if we can pull that up. So again, pull out your phones, go to that tab in your browser, go to pollev.com/AFTD. Here we want to know what are the biggest drawbacks of your current approaches, and we want you to select up to 3. So what are the top 3 biggest drawbacks? We started to explore this a little bit already, understanding that there are trade-offs, burdens, downsides to existing treatments. We know that there's a lot of, we heard from someone that sometimes it's even hard to know if a treatment's working because of the side effects. But for you personally, in terms of the treatments that you've tried, what would you consider the largest drawbacks? The options are A, not very effective, B, the cost, C, limited availability or accessibility to you or your loved one, D, the number of pills or medications per day, E, the side effects of those treatments, F, worsened the symptoms of FTD, G, requires too much effort and or time commitment, H, the travel to the hospital or clinic or to the doctor to maintain those prescriptions, I, some other drawback that we did not include here in these response options, but that is one of the top 3 biggest drawbacks of your current approaches. And of course, J, if this is not applicable to you because you're not using any treatments. So again, please select your top 3 biggest drawbacks of your current treatment approaches. We're still getting a lot of responses here, but it stands that perhaps the top drawback here is that they're not very effective, and then following that is that they come with side effects.
Yeah, and James, the only thing I'd note is every single one of these treatments that our people are describing having tried obviously are approved for a different condition by definition, since we don't have any approved drugs for FTD. So perhaps it's not surprising that they're not very effective and there are significant side effects because this is a different disease process.
Yes. And some things we haven't heard as much about today, like the number of pills and medications per day being, slightly, maybe we call it number 3 on the list here. But we are seeing across the board all of these drawbacks are experienced and not just experienced, but selected as a top 3 biggest drawback for members of this community. So, very important for us to keep in mind as we think about also the future and maybe things that we could avoid in addition to how we can help. So to continue this conversation, I would like to bring us back to our Zoom panel to weigh in on this topic of downsides, trade-offs of existing therapies. And maybe we can start with Halima. When you were looking at that, what were some of the drawbacks or downsides that stood out to you?
Hi, thank you. My name is Halima. I'm from Laurel, Maryland. I'm actually a geriatrician who does dementia care at Johns Hopkins, but I'm here today as a daughter of a father who has primary progressive aphasia. And we're currently in advanced stages of the disease. My dad's been on hospice, actually, I think for almost 1 to 2 years now. So in thinking about drawbacks of our current treatment approaches, I chose side effects, I think is the biggest, and then also number of pills, as well as questions of effectiveness. In thinking about the number of pills and medications per day, we also got to the point where my dad would chew medications, or he'll pocket food or medications on the side of his mouth. So we have to crush them up, give them with applesauce or pudding to get them down, and giving it a couple times a day then is a challenge for my mom, who's his primary caregiver. Side effects, as I've thought about medications my dad is taking now, as well as I think now over our 11 to 12 year journey, from my count, he's been on 11 to 12 medications, not including supplements that he took on his own. And we've had, I think currently with terms of side effects, one of our concerns is he takes an antipsychotic, and he actually very commonly now clenches down on his teeth or bites down a lot, to the point that we actually worry that he might break a tooth or that his muscles might be aching. And that's a possible side effects of taking antipsychotics for a long time. Years ago, he took Xanax, which was anti-anxiety, would calm him down, but then he would be tripping, almost looking like he was drunk, and then actually being sort of too out of it. And same as other people have had when he took Alzheimer's types medications, he also had side effects. So he would sweat a lot when he was taking donepezil. So I think that's been a big challenge. And then I think lastly, just the effectiveness issue has been the reason he's taken 11 or 12 medications over time is trying to find something that works. And some things have helped more than others. I think more so just time and going through different stages of disease has made more of a difference than medications.
Sure. Wow. Well, thank you for walking us through your thinking and experiences, with, his treatment regimen. Would you say that, those side effects that you experienced, or well, really he experienced, were what drove it all, changes in medication regimens, or was it really the lack of effectiveness and you kind of were able to deal with those side effects until you chose to make a treatment change due to treatment benefit?
I think there were a few instances where we did change the medications because of side effects, but oftentimes I think it was driven by the effectiveness piece. So we would say he's having side effects and it's not helping, like the Alzheimer's medication.
Sure, that makes sense. Thank you so much. I want to also bring in Amanda here on this question of treatment downsides. Again, thinking about that list of all those different downsides, maybe things that weren't on the list. What's been your experience?
Hi there, I'm Amanda. I'm the daughter of Steve, who had the MAPT mutation, and FTD is an intergenerational, problem in our family. My aunt had it, and my grandfather, and who knows how far back. This question is difficult for me to answer because we got my dad's diagnosis after he died. But he was given antipsychotic medication, which did take the edge off of some of his compulsive behaviors. It's difficult to say because at the time he was also, the poor guy had the bad luck of also having a glioblastoma. So he was getting chemo and radiation. And so we did notice taking the edge off of some of his anger and compulsive issues. We also did notice that he wasn't as, let's say, alert as he was before. But that could have been a result of the radiation as well. So,
sure, kind of, thinking about, other downsides. I mean, has it primarily been these, side effects for him and his experience, or are there other things too that you would maybe, if a future treatment was coming, you would want to make sure to avoid?
Symptoms we would want to avoid in the FTD patient for future treatments?
Sure, we can, absolutely, Amanda, we can go there.
Okay. Well, for me, I'm thinking about my son and my niece and future nieces and nephews, future children. I would really want to minimize some of the traumatic things that my brothers and I went through as children. Starting with safety, I would want to make sure that if I inherit, if I have the gene mutation, that my son is safe, because my dad, it was not safe, physically, psychologically, to be around him alone as a child. He had violent outbursts and was a dangerous driver, and just deeply hurtful words that children shouldn't have to hear. And then in terms of empathy, sorry, it's been an emotional day listening to everyone's stories. We've been suffering a lot, obviously, and I thank you all for doing this important work. My connection with my son is everything to me. And I think if I had the lack of empathy that my dad had as a result of the disease, that lack of insight, that would be traumatic for my son, and it would take away from our connection, which is the most important thing in the world to me.
No, I acknowledge that this is extremely difficult, and these questions are difficult ones to answer, but thank you so much, Amanda, for sharing.
Thank you.
So I want to go to the phones here, since we have some people wanting to share their treatment experiences. I see we have Diana, who's diagnosed with FTD and has a couple of treatment experiences she'd like to share with us. Diana, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. Would love to hear about some of the treatments that you're using.
Okay, I was diagnosed with BVFTD in 2010. I am my own caregiver, so I'm talking with two hats on. One of the things that I had started and have continued is IVIG infusion, which I get monthly, and it does help me feel better. It clears up a little bit of the fog in my mind, and I think it's very worthwhile. I also take Cymbalta for pain, both in my body and for depression. And I'm using marijuana. I take it in a pill form once a day, which helps again. And last but not least, I've taken up meditation.
Oh, well, thank you for kind of sharing your whole regimen with us. Kind of a range.
I can't hear you. Can you speak up a little bit, please? I'm sorry.
Sure. Can you hear me all right, Diana?
Yeah, now I can.
Okay, wonderful. I just wanted to thank you for sharing, that range of different treatment approaches that you're using, kind of coming at it from a number of different ways. I wanted to ask you, in thinking about, the before, using these things, what you describe as helping, and now, what has been the biggest impact on your quality of life? What maybe have you noticed about your FTD that makes day-to-day life maybe a little bit easier?
Well, the IVIG and the meditation have helped me get through and control my anger, lack of filters, and especially the IVIG. It has been extremely helpful, and I've been on it for quite a while. I think I would be lost if I was taken off.
And can you maybe give us an example of, before IVIG, either the brain fog that you mentioned or the anger, what did that look like before that's different now?
When I went off IVIG for an experiment, my movement was much worse. I wasn't comfortable walking, and I was just very uncomfortable, period. My quality of life suffered with the IVIG being withheld. Going back on it, it improved my quality of life, which was a tremendous plus, and very much needed. The marijuana, before I had great pain in my legs and had problems with the marijuana. I still have pain, but it's not as great. Takes the edge off.
Sure. Well, Diana, thank you so much and for helping us understand how these treatments have worked with you, and I'm glad to hear that they're providing some relief. I see we also have another caller, Gail from Florida, who is coming to us as a former caregiver for her husband. Would like to welcome Gail. Are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Welcome.
Can you hear?
I can.
Hi. So I'm a former caregiver for my husband who had FTD, passed away in 2012. He was diagnosed at 50, though his symptoms started in his 40s. It took us 7 years to get a diagnosis. And through that time, his brothers developed ALS, so it became very apparent that they were a C9 family. We were raising very young children at the time, so my young children didn't really know who my husband was because he got like a toddler as they grew out of the toddler years, and ultimately had to be placed in a long-term care facility for his safety and the safety of our young children. Over the next few years, all of my husband's siblings would die of ALS, so 4 of 4 with the C9 gene. So my children, at a very young age, developed an awareness that they too could develop a disease like their father and uncles. So it's a large part of our discussions as a family, and I've always tried to give them hope that there would be a cure and that there would be something out there, and to delay finding out. Unfortunately, we're at a point now where the oldest, wants to find out, but there is no cure. So when I think about input on the kind of things for drug development, and that is that, ideally kids find out their genetic status, and if they get a drug and they never get the disease. But until that time, I think it's going to be important to have drugs. Some of the most difficult things was with FTD, you lose the essence of who you are. So people don't really know the person you are. So something that could a drug to deal with maintaining, that empathy, that caring, somewhat of the person they are, and also to deal with executive function, which can be very difficult on families. In drug trials, my children that don't want to know their genetic status would hope that they could still be part of a trial without knowing if they choose to do so. Another thing that I think is going to be difficult is being in a trial where there's a placebo. Having grown up knowing that this could kill you and what it could mean and how you behave and act around others, signing up for a trial and knowing you may not get a potential drug, I think could be difficult. Trials are designed that way. So as a mom, I worry, every day about my children getting this disease, but they suffer every day knowing that they could be like their dad. And it drives the choices that they make even from, very young ages. So some of my hopes, and thank you for doing this.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much, Gail, for all of those insights, and your for your whole family, really, but also, speaking to, what's a priority for your kids. Really appreciate that. I'm going to go to Cheryl from New York, who's diagnosed with PPA, and she wants to discuss some of her experiences with different medicines that she's tried. Cheryl, are you with us?
I am.
Welcome.
Thank you. I was diagnosed with PPA in 2013, and I'm on several psychiatric medications now. Wellbutrin for depression, Buspar for anxiety, Zoloft for both depression and OCD that comes with FTD. I was taking trazodone for sleep, which worked like a miracle. But then recently I asked the psychiatrist if he could start me on Seroquel because I started having meltdowns. Once that happened, I was told to just take the Seroquel and drop trazodone. It would make me too drowsy. Now I'm finding that I either need to increase the Seroquel or I need to add another mood stabilizer with it. As far as drawbacks go, there's two things. First is getting the prescriptions and having too many meds to take, as what was mentioned before, as well as forgetting to take them. I have the pills in a case, and I still can't remember to take them. So everybody around me has to suggest, take your pills now, and if I don't take them at that point, they don't get taken. And sometimes that goes on for 2 or 3 days, which is not good, because by day number 3, I'm usually kind of starting to get into that foggy, angry area. So that's exactly, basically the 2 drawbacks I see in it.
No, and that's very helpful. In terms of talking about the number of pills, what are we talking about here for you and your treatment regimen?
I think there's 5 medications, and not only do I not like taking pills to begin with, but it's just getting them all down. And I'm having swallowing problems, so they get stuck in your throat and, all kinds of things like that.
Sure. And in, forgetting to take them, thank you for sharing that, example of what happens, by day 3, kind of coming back. What has been the longest that you've gone, perhaps? Has it just been to day 3, or has it been longer than that?
It's been longer. I think a total of 4 days and a week was the longest.
Wow. Well, thank you so much, Cheryl, for sharing those experiences and both, the range of different treatments and sharing some of those downsides. Certainly we haven't heard about forgetting to take pills, and that makes a lot of sense. So really appreciate that. I want to check in because I know we have a great deal of written comments coming in, many more than, of course, we'll be able to read today. Of course, those will all be incorporated in the Voice of the Patient report. But Sharon, what are some of the comments that you're seeing?
Sure. As you say, James, a lot of comments, and in really touching on a lot of the themes that we've heard from our panelists and from our callers. First one would be treatments they've tried that just really are not effective. Phil says Aricept provided little to no benefit. Haldol and Depakote in combination with Seroquel was used to control agitation, but use of these drugs resulted in loss of locomotion and reduced ability to walk, and possibly contributed to her loss of her ability to speak. So a lot of those trade-offs we're hearing, between ineffectiveness and perhaps side effects. The other theme we're seeing is things working for a while, and then, as things progress, whatever that regimen is, you get out of balance. So Bobby from Florida says the main issue with medications is they only work a short period of time before they're no longer effective. It's a constant change in medications in order to maintain stability in my life. And then again, I guess I would just add, Gilda from Australia says medications are complicated on one side. You want to calm the patient down a bit, but on the other hand, he's already really absent in daily life. The more you want to improve the symptoms of disinhibition and aggression, the more you have to accept apathy, lack of motivation, lack of energy, and it's impossible to find a good middle way.
So question for you, Susan, in hearing about some of the things in terms of making it so the person's unable to walk or maybe even speak, is that a acceleration of the disease itself, or is that really a true side effect, or can you even tell?
I don't know how we would know, James. You could ask a physician who might have a better answer than me, but I think even that person, there's no way to know for sure. We know that this is a degenerative disease. Those brain cells are dying.
Yes.
And so things are progressing. You really have no way of knowing if a medication is effective because it is masking the symptoms for a while, helping with the coping mechanisms. Certainly we haven't had any proof that anything is actually slowing it down a bit.
Sure.
I think there's one more I might add. If
yes,
that's okay.
please do.
We know that ALS is far ahead of us in terms of clinical trials and in terms of both understanding of the disease itself, as well as trying different treatments. But what we've found, Lynn from Ohio addresses, when you have the combination of ALS and FTD, it can really complicate even applying what they know in the ALS world. So what Lynn says is there's been no treatment for his FTD symptoms. He is receiving treatment for his ALS symptoms, but he is non-compliant with directives from the medical professionals. So again, that executive functioning can get in the way of an effective treatment regimen for ALS.
Wow. Yes, thank you for sharing those. I want to go back to our phones here quickly on some other treatment experiences. I see we have Linda from Florida who's diagnosed with FTD and has a couple of treatment approaches that she would like to share. Linda, are you with us? Linda, are you with us?
I'm Linda. Hello?
Hi there. Welcome.
Hello. Hi.
Yes.
I was diagnosed with FTD in July of 2009 by a neuropsychologist doing a QEEG brain mapping and a neuropsychological eval. It would take till February of 2011 before the atrophy showed in my brain. But I started out with neurofeedback therapy, cognitive therapy, biofeedback therapy, and light therapy, which I continue to today. But to control anger, anxiety, and stress, I wear an alpha stim. And an alpha stim is a device that you clip on your ears, and I wear mine for 3 to 4 hours a day, and I take no medication. If you're a veteran, you can get an alpha stim for free if you're diagnosed with post-traumatic stress disorder, because it's approved by the Veterans Administration for that. And also, I have witnessed many veterans get off of medication when they're put on an alpha stim. So that's been successful. To keep my cognitive ability, I do several different kinds of cognitive programs off the internet and neurofeedback therapy off the internet. One of the programs you can buy is called Play Attention, which is good for ADD, ADHD, but many people with dementias and Alzheimer's have found success in maintaining their cognitive function if they do Play Attention. And that's a neurofeedback piece of equipment you can buy and have in your home.
Sure.
So those are just some of the things that I've done. I'm still fully cognitive. I'm still independent. And I'm alone.
Yeah. Oh, well.
So,
Linda, you really interested, you talked about the alpha stim that you wear and that it helped with anger management. Could you maybe tell us a little bit about how you noticed that it's helped you?
Well, I'm a special ed advocate, and part of the problem was that I become extremely aggressive. And when I get angry in a meeting, wearing the alpha stim and raising it up actually calms me down. So what it does is it puts an electrical pulse through your brain. You don't feel anything. It's little clips that go on your ears, and you can increase the pulse by upping it a little bit. And my problem is when I'm in an IEP meeting for a child and school staff are a little adversarial and fighting because they don't want to give the kids what they need, and I'm on the other side fighting, it keeps me calm and relaxed so that I don't want to jump across the table and hit somebody.
Sure.
Which is a feeling I have once in a while.
Sure.
And that's why I ended up getting diagnosed so early, because Dr. Crum is the doctor who tests and evaluates the children. And she's known me since 1988. And one day she just came up to me in June of 2009 and said, "Linda, you got to be tested. There's something wrong with you."
Sure.
And she did the neuropsych and the Q, and she said to me, I'm the first one she diagnosed with FTD. She explained that there's no cure, that that I'm going to die. She said in 2 to 6 years. And she said that I'm going to be like Alzheimer's and I'm going to go out real bad and that there's nothing could be done. And she's a neuropsychologist. And then she said to me, you want to do what the kids are doing? Neurofeedback therapy, cognitive therapy, all the therapies the kids are doing. You want to try it out? It can't hurt. And I did, and it worked.
Well,
And the QEEG brain mapping showed that I opened up other parts of my brain to take part of the brain that is atrophying, and it's kept me stronger and cognitively functional. So neurofeedback therapy and cognitive therapy helps to maintain your cognitive function. Also keeps me calm, relaxed. There's activities you do on the computer that just relaxes and calms you down, along with the Alpha Stim, which is my godsend. Because I'm able to wear that all the time. I usually wear it on my chest with in a little pouch. And when I'm in the schools and stuff like that fighting, or I'm in a due process hearing, or I'm in court in front of a judge and all, I wear my Alpha Stim.
Yeah, it sounds like a really great...
it works really well.
Yeah, sounds like a great tool to have for you, and I'm so glad that you have found things that have been able to help. So thank you so much, Linda. I want to take one more phone caller before I broaden this discussion to thinking about what it is that you all, individuals living with FTD and their care partners and caregivers, are looking for specifically from future treatments. So start thinking about that question. But right now we're going to go to Jessica from Yorkshire, UK, who's a 29-year-old with various family members who have FTD and wants to share some of their treatment experiences. So Jessica, are you with us?
Yes, I'm with you. Hello.
Hi, welcome.
Hi, yes. With my mother, she did receive a diagnosis, but it was already at the later stages of FTD. And it's similar to what other people have said, really. It took us a long time to get a diagnosis, and by the time she did, we were basically told that there's not a lot you can do now other than good luck, and I hope you can live with it and deal with it in the best way possible. We did get given the opportunity to prescribe my mum with donepezil, but they actually told us there and then we don't think it's going to make much difference. So the thing that I've found is my key focus now, after hearing the news about obviously my mum and there not being any treatment available, my mum did have a mutation in the C9orf72 gene, so I also got tested and unfortunately I have inherited it. But based on that, I want to use myself as a tool for researchers. I'm doing this today so that I can get my voice heard by the FDA. I'm doing everything I can. I am 29 years old. I'm pre-symptomatic. I'm the perfect guinea pig. I would really, I'm open to anything, any trials, any tests, traveling to any location. I've still got capacity. This hasn't taken a hold on my life just yet. So I suppose I just want people to know that there will be other people like me available, who you can test and who you can trial on. And I want to make it known that I'm willing to be used. I know that sounds a strange thing to say, but I'm so desperate for treatment. I've only got so long left before this does take a hold of my life. And if there is no treatment going forward, it's going to affect me and future generations. And I really am desperate to put a stop to it. I've written a blog. I'm trying to raise awareness. Me and my husband have decided not to conceive naturally to have children. I'm going down the PGD route to try and stop passing this mutation on any further. So I'm obviously doing everything I can in my power to help, fight this. And I want researchers to know, and I want consultants and neurologists in the panel that sit on the board for the FDA. I want them to know that I'm available and use me. And if you can, help find biomarkers by testing on me, then I'm available, basically. That's what I wanted them to hear today.
Yes. Well, I think you were heard loud and clear, and I saw pretty much everyone on our Zoom panel giving you thumbs up or clapping. So I think this is a sentiment shared by members of this FTD community. So thank you for voicing that, Jessica. So now I would like to go to this final topic for our discussion today, which is turning from the current treatments and approaches that you have used to now looking at what you would like to see from that next future treatment. And so if we can, we're gonna go to a polling question here, our last polling question of the day. So last time, pull out your phones, go to that web page, go to pollev.com/AFTD. And our question for you is, which aspects of the condition would you rank as most important for a possible drug treatment today? And we're gonna ask you to select the top 3 aspects that you would rank as most important for treatment. The options are A, language and communication, B, memory, C, thinking and decision making, D, help with spatial issues like judging distances and perceiving objects, E, connecting with others, F, mood, G, motor and movement, H, eating and drinking, I, behavior, J, sleep, K, delusions or hallucinations, L, slowing or stopping the progression of the disease, or M, some other aspect of living with AFTD or FTD that you would rank as most important from a possible drug treatment today. And of course, we're going to want to hear from you about what it is, specifically that any of these treatment benefits would mean for you or your loved one. So we'll give you some time this is probably maybe the hardest question of the day. We saved it for last for you. So,
Seeing a lot of movement still, so I'm waiting to see.
Yes, give this some thought. A reminder, we're seeing percentages of responses, not the percentages of people that are taking any response. So final time to say that those bars that you see moving around right now, it's more of a ranking that you're seeing based off of the size of the bar.
Yeah. You know, James, I would say that slowing or stopping progression of the disease, I'm seeing a lot of those comments coming through. It does also, though, make me think of both what Helen and Hannah said on our panels. Sometimes there's a tipping point, and we hear from people that they'd want it slowed until they get to a certain point, and at the point where there's just so much impairment that they wouldn't want to stop there. It's one of the most poignant messages that we do hear.
Yeah, and every one of these selections that you're making are really personal. It's going to be where you or your loved one's at in their FTD journey. It's which of all of these different symptoms and health effects you or your loved one actually experience. So much of everything that we've been talking about today is leading up to this question. So. As it stands, we are seeing that it looks like slowing or stopping progression of the disease is the top choice. After that, our audience today would like some help with thinking and decision making, followed by language and communication. After that, maybe at number 4, we're seeing behavior. And then we see a little bit of a drop down to other aspects, still people's top 3, but connecting with others, memory, motor and movement. We're seeing some asking for help with eating or drinking, mood, or delusions or hallucinations. Have not seen anyone so far select spatial issues. It looks like maybe we have a couple people saying sleep, and no one identified something other than what is listed on this slide or in this question. So let's explore these. Let's understand what when you picked, let's say, language and communication, what did you mean? How much would that help? I want to come back to our Zoom to get us started on this. Maybe let's start with Amanda. I know we're sharing a bit about some of the things that you were looking for your children, but when you were looking at that polling question, what stood out to you? How does that relate to what you were telling us earlier?
Thank you, James. I can't actually see it right now, so I can't comment on what the top answers were. For me, connection was a big one. I talked about empathy. My connection with my son is the most important thing in the world to me, so maintaining that connection would be the most important. And one thing that's not on the poll that I believe everybody that's watching right now who has a FTD a loved one with FTD would agree with, is urgency. Those of us who have FTD now, or it's part of their past, or it's part of their future, we really need a cure as soon as possible. This is the most important thing in the world to us. In 10 years, I will be, my three brothers and I are in our early 30s, and in 10 years, will be the age of my dad when he first started showing symptoms, when he first started hurting other people, hurting himself, lost his job. And we went on started this difficult journey over 20 years of not really understanding what was going on, trauma, grief, the cycle continued. So I just want to say thank you again for listening to us. I feel like this is an inflection point for a lot of us. And my number one priority, including listening to everybody here and some of the things they're highlighting in the poll, would also be urgency for a cure. Thank you.
Sure, thank you. Want to go to Wanda on this question, and thinking about what specifically would be important to you in a next treatment therapy, or maybe what would be important in helping you make a treatment decision. What comes to the top of your mind?
I would like to echo Amanda's sentiments in that, families are ready, we're willing, we're ready to go. And the products that are coming down, my family has been involved in one clinical trial and the company went bankrupt. Another clinical trial is coming up, but the cognition test, they didn't meet the baseline or the cardiac issues. So I would like to see a broader definition for future drugs that will include more abilities on any. My family has 3 or 4 generations of this, and so there are 58 family trees. And across the branches, it looks a little different in every individual. But if the treatments could be broad enough to capture a lot of the behaviors, would just be wonderful. And I would just encourage the FDA, go. Don't sit on anything. If something's across your desk, 3 or 4 months for my family is an eternity. So please, urgency is important.
Yeah, and everything that you all have shared today and will continue to share here as we're finishing up the program, that's going to be able to, the kind of information that's going to help FDA make decisions. So I know that they're hearing you loud and clear on urgency, but also that they're hearing you on all of the things that represent the most serious consequences of FTD, where the greatest unmet needs are, so they can really prioritize any treatments that are coming down the pipeline that are going to help with those things. Last word on our Zoom panel, I want to go to you, Teresa. What would you say is the things that you're looking for most in a next treatment?
Thank you, James. I'm sorry, this is very near and dear to me, this subject. Communication to me is paramount, because I know as my disease progresses, I'm going to lose my voice, and I'm not going to be able to tell my child that I love her. I won't be able to tell family that I love them, or that I need a glass of water, or take me for a walk, or how do I get into the car, because I will no longer understand what I'm trying to tell them, and they won't understand me.
Yeah.
This is very important to me. I mean, this is personally, I can't speak for everyone, but I know with my family, they will become my primary caregivers.
Yeah.
And if I cannot tell them what I need, how will that happen? When I look at the COVID right now, how would I tell my family member I don't feel good? It's very near and dear. And I think that for the FDA to listen to us and to realize that this is an immediate need, because I don't have forever. My days are numbered, and I understand that. And if the FDA, if you're sitting there and listening and you don't understand or you need to know more information, come to us. We are the experts. The caregivers, they are the experts. So yeah, this is what I'm looking for in a future treatment. Keep my voice.
Yes.
Just keep my voice.
Wow. Thank you so much, Teresa. Very well said, and I think definitely received as well. So thank you to all of you on our Zoom panel for helping us explore the current treatment approaches and this really important question of what it is you're looking for future treatments. It was invaluable, your participation. I want to go, as we're back to the phone lines, I do see that we have Dawn from Illinois who wants to speak to her daughter's treatment experiences, and I would love to hear from Dawn about what it is that she's hoping for from a next future treatment. So Dawn, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Welcome, or welcome back, I should say. I recognize your voice.
Yes. Yes. Well, thank you so much. I have just been overwhelmed by this whole process and listening to all the stories and how connected we are with our desires to help our loved ones or those that have it, listening to their experiences. My daughter is only 31. Her son is now 3.5, and she began having symptoms, of course, when we retrospectively we see before she even had him, but she's never been able to be a mother to her son due to all the misdiagnosing and the medications that were used that were trying. I know they were desperately trying to find something to help my daughter or to figure her out.
Yes.
I understand how difficult that when you're in your late 20s, that no one is thinking, oh, this girl has dementia or some type of neurodegenerative disease. And my daughter even went through electric convulsive therapy. She went through many treatments. And my concern with that is my daughter's already progressed quite rapidly in just a few years. And the time is ticking, and we know that things are only getting worse for her. And the problem with these off-label medications that I have found that we will be going along and they seem to be effective, but then they don't last so long, like I've heard others mention. And my husband will say, I think you need to increase her medication. Well, first of all, she's on 5 different medications. Which one do you increase? You have to titrate them down. You have to, take time to look for side effects, see if it's going to work. You could only change one at a time because then how do you know what is working?
Sure.
So I think it's just so imperative, the urgency for these new and future medications or different types of treatments so that our loved ones, maybe have a chance of having some control over some of these symptoms.
Yeah.
I personally agree that communication is so important in connecting with others.
Yes.
Because some of the off-label medications do help control some of the behaviors or other things that kind of fall into suit. But when you can't communicate with someone, they can't tell you that they're in pain, they can't tell you. It's such a heartbreaking, guilty feeling when you can't help.
Yes. No, that makes a lot of sense, Dawn, and thank you so much for helping weigh in on this, telling us more about your daughter who's in her early 30s, her experience with FTD and now, her experiences with treatments. And we hear you loud and clear about, the need for something that might help preserve her ability to communicate. So really, really appreciate it, Dawn. We heard from our panelists, from a lot of the phone calls, even our Zoom panelists, that there's a lot of issues with side effects from current treatments. And so this is a community that has a lot of experience with risks. And so I know in AFTD's survey, risk tolerance was actually one of the topics addressed in a question in the survey. So hopefully, if we could bring up slide number 5, we can explore some of those aspects of risk tolerance and maybe where this community is more or less tolerant of different side effects for a future treatment.
Yeah, and I think what you'll see here, James, is more of that echoing of that message of urgency that the community feels. So when we ask this question of what kind of serious side effects would you be willing to risk in trying a new treatment, you can see that about 43% said they would risk pneumonia, about 37% changes in liver function or some kind of liver damage. Maybe about a quarter of people would risk seizure, serious infection, or stroke. And a full 20% of respondents said they would be willing to risk any life-threatening condition in the hopes that a new treatment would be beneficial in treating their symptoms.
Sure. So it's kind of the flip side to the focus of the conversation we've been having here with our participants today around what benefits they'd like some help with, but important to also think about what the risk tolerance is. As we're concluding this session, I want know that we have many written comments on what people are looking for from future treatments. Susan, do you want to hit on some of those?
Sure. And I guess my main reflection here, James, is I am so used to representing a heterogeneous community, as we've discovered today. And really, everybody responding today is speaking with one voice. We're seeing the desire for something that would slow or stop progression of the disease. We're definitely seeing many, many comments on that desire for people to be able to retain their voice and to continue to be able to communicate with their family and their loved ones. And then really just countless comments from the community with a mutation, just expressing that urgency that Amanda and Wanda so eloquently said, if there's nothing to be done in time for my generation, please, this next generation is growing older every day and nearing their symptom onset as well.
Yes. Well, thank you, Susan, and thanks to all of you that wrote in. We do have many comments that came in today that we weren't able to read, and they will be incorporated into the Voice of the Patient report. But now is the time for me to bring our discussion to a close for today. We've spent, a great deal of time hearing from those of you all around the world living with FTD, at risk for FTD, caring for in partnership, and caring for those who are unable to care for themselves, as well as those of you who have loved ones who have now passed away due to FTD. And so all of your voices, we heard throughout today how important maintaining those voices are, how that's what you want from a future treatment. And so we're just so thankful. I'm so thankful as your moderator that you used your voices today. You took advantage of this really unique opportunity to be heard by the Food and Drug Administration, to be heard by those doing research and drug development for FTD, or maybe those that are thinking about doing it, and giving them a lens into what's important to focus on, and that they see that the need is great. I know that these questions that we asked you to weigh in on are very personal, clearly very emotional, and very difficult to kind of pull back that curtain and let the world see into your lives. I heard so much today that this disease, this condition, results in closing you off from social relationships, and in part that was because you didn't want those in your communities, in your families, to see into this disease, and yet you did pull back that curtain today and let all of us see into your lives, and it will be for the betterment of this community. This information is so valuable. So just, from the bottom of my heart, thank you for being so brave to share all of that. So now I get to introduce our speaker who's going to provide some summary remarks. It's probably the hardest job of the day because it's impossible to do. But it's my friend and colleague, Larry Bauer. Larry has been a critical part of helping plan this meeting. But by background, Larry is a nurse. He spent many years in clinical research at the NIH. He also worked at FDA for 10 years, where he was one of the co-founders and worked in the Rare Diseases program within the Center for Drug Evaluation and Research. Larry's background makes him the perfect person to make that attempt at summarizing this meeting. I know he'll do great. So without further ado, Larry, take it away.
Thank you so much, James, and thank you, Susan. I mean, it's been an incredible day. So I will try to give a summary of the day as to best of my ability. We started out the morning hearing from Dr. Michelle Campbell from the FDA, from the Division of Neurology Products. She told us how valuable this meeting and what we are going to learn today is to the FDA, you know, to learn and hear from the experts, people living with FTD and their care partners, that this will help facilitate future drug development for FTD. Next, we heard from Dr. Brad Dickerson, an FTD specialist. He shared that FTD is the third most common neurodegenerative dementia, with an onset typically around 45 to 65 years of age, which is earlier than Alzheimer's disease by about 10 to 15 years. We heard that some people even start with symptoms in their 20s. The US prevalence is about 60,000 people, but it's underestimated, we think. As you heard throughout the day, there's 5 major subtypes of cognitive behavioral disorders within FTD, and each has different characteristics, yet all affect the frontal and anterior lobes of the brain. So there's different symptoms that reflect what part of the brain's being affected. For instance, there's language symptoms in primary progressive aphasia, movement and balance issues in progressive supranuclear palsy and corticobasal syndrome. And then there's changes in behavior, personality, and executive functioning in that are hallmarks of the behavioral variant FTD, also known as frontotemporal dementia, and the most common form of FTD. Some of the forms are sporadic, others are inherited. We heard about the challenges with diagnosis and how often this is diagnosed first as a psychiatric disorder before getting to the true diagnosis. FTD is slowly progressive, with a decline in behavior and/or cognition, with survival being about 3 to 20 years after onset, with the average being 7 to 13. There are currently no FDA-approved treatments, but many different drugs are used to treat symptoms. We heard then from panel 1 about health effects and daily impacts. We had all the panelists today were great. Our first speaker was Jennifer. She's a mom with 6 kids. She was diagnosed with primary progressive aphasia. She noticed slurring words, mixing up word order. Her handwriting got worse. She's more withdrawn and has mental fatigue. She has mild memory difficulties and feels like her mind somehow is buffering her words. Next, we heard from Aisha, whose mother, Rosetta, was diagnosed with FTD at age 57. She started with short-term memory loss and started getting lost. Her diagnosis took a couple of years after she was told it was stress, anxiety, depression. This has affected her mood. She has hallucinations and delusions. And now at this point in the disease has mobility issues and needs a lot of help with personal care. Aisha shared this disease strips people of their identity and robs them of their soul. Next was, we heard from Carmelo, whose wife, Sherry, was diagnosed with progressive supranuclear palsy. With Sherry, they first noticed difficulties with balance, and she was having problems with falling. She developed difficulty speaking, but she's very aware. She does not have memory issues. That doesn't affect her memory at all. And the hardest part for this family is the progressive loss of independence. Sherry now has to use a walker, and she's withdrawing and not wanting to socialize with people. Next up was Dan, who's a nurse practitioner and was a county coroner. Dan started forgetting to chart on people as he was working, and he started forgetting his patients' names. He lost verbal filters in social situations and developed a gambling addiction, depression, anxiety. He was then diagnosed with the behavioral variant FTD. He developed emotional lability with temper outbursts. And now at this point, he says he really depends on his wife for many things. And because of this, his friends have withdrawn, and now his dogs are his best friend. And finally, for this panel, we heard from Jill, whose husband Devin was diagnosed also with behavioral variant FTD and died at the age of 62. The disease resulted in Devin becoming homeless and eventually being murdered. He had severely impaired judgment and gave away money. He was withdrawn, did not reach out to his only son, and eventually ended up living in his car for several months and in a homeless shelter. The incredible thing was only 17 months had passed from when he moved out of the house until he died. He was in the early stages of the disease and still had these severe impacts. And Jill said she would really like to see a treatment that would slow the disease process. So then we moved to the afternoon to focus more on treatments. Once again, we heard that there's no FDA-approved therapies and that there's a great unmet medical need in this community, and that the impacts are huge on families and the care partners. So the first panel in the afternoon, we heard from people with sporadic FTD. First off was Matthew, whose wife Lisa has the behavior variant FTD. He was shocked to hear that no curative treatment exists. She was diagnosed at the early age of 43. They tried the Exelon 10 patch with minimal effect. Symptomatically, they treat her sleep problems with trazodone. They've used the antipsychotic med risperidone, and they would like to see a drug that could help with the emotional apathy and would help her verbally communicate. Next, we heard from Melissa, whose father, Mark, has FTD, complicated by alcohol abuse. He had a very rapid progression and moved to a care home recently. None of the medications gave good behavioral control, anything that they tried. And he was even jailed 6 times in 3 months because of his behavior problems. They tried Ativan, an anti-anxiety med, but that made him worse. And the lack of having any effective treatment severely has impacted the entire family. This truly is a disease of the family. Next was Bob, whose 72-year-old wife, Charlotte, has primary progressive aphasia. She's become totally nonverbal, but still has cognitive skills. They've tried direct current brain stimulation at Johns Hopkins for her. She takes citalopram for depression and anxiety. We heard many people using antidepressants like this. And they'd like to see a treatment to slow progression and return verbal communication. Al lost his wife Judith due to FTD. Her disease rapidly progressed, and she only lived for 3 years after being diagnosed. She was given Aricept and Namenda, which are Alzheimer's drugs, but they were not effective, which we heard again and again. Escitalopram helped her anxiety. And after she died, they did a pathology report which showed she had corticobasal degeneration. And none of the medications that they tried did anything to slow progression. Next, we heard from Dorian, whose son Matthew had the behavioral variant FTD. She started to get reports that he was speeding, being inappropriate. His symptoms started at age 20, and he was diagnosed at age 28. So one of the youngest people that we heard about today. And no medications ever treated his impulse control. They tried symptomatic drugs, including Depakote for seizures, sertraline for OCD, Seroquel for manic episodes, and clonidine for anxiety and impulse control. All were imperfect tools and didn't help that much. They really wished that they had meds for the OCD, agitation, and anxiety. And sadly, at age 35, he died after 7 years of having the disease. He was 6'3" and weighed only 90 pounds. The second panel in the afternoon was focused on the perspectives of the genetic forms of FTD. This affects about 20 to 25% of families with FTD. And in these cases, there's an autosomal dominant mutation which causes FTD across generations. We've heard from some of these families that they can go back many generations. We first heard from Cindy, who was diagnosed with behavioral variant FTD at age 58. She also had her grandmother, aunt, and mother that had FTD. After she had cognitive testing, her doctor said nothing was wrong, yet she was prescribed Namenda and Aricept. She shared with us about her sister that was diagnosed as being bipolar, but Cindy fears that it's really FTD. She would willingly participate in trials, even if it was a risk to her life. And she said that she's lost a family member every decade for the last several decades. We heard from James, who has several family members with FTD and ALS. His paternal grandmother had dementia. His father then started making bad decisions. And when ALS started, his decline was total. And in months, he went from walking to being unable to feed himself. James has 50% chance of getting the same and has children that he worries about. He's chosen not to know his genetic status. He wants to know the possible benefits of learning his status before getting genetic testing as part of any research study. Helen is the care partner for her 57-year-old husband, Jeff, who's got primary progressive aphasia. His symptoms are primarily language-based and just has a handful of words at this point that he can use. He lost his mom, his grandmother, and uncle to dementia, all in their 50s and 60s. He's participated in research studies, but hasn't made much of a difference to him. Helen very poignantly described herself as a widow in waiting. And lastly, for this panel, we heard from Hannah, who lost her grandfather at age 57. Then her dad developed FTD symptoms with loss of empathy again, ritualistic behaviors, and loss of communication. He's progressed to needing to be in a nursing facility, which we heard from many people as the disease progresses. Hannah herself got genetic testing and now knows she's positive for FTD. This will have huge impacts on her future. She's very concerned that her children will have to care for her. She's currently participating in a research study. And she, like I think Susan mentioned, she does not want treatments to prolong her life once she reaches a certain stage. Her daughter wished this year at Christmas, "Santa, I don't want presents, but can you find a cure for dementia and make my granddad better?" So what we need, I think we've heard throughout the day, we need better early detection. A few people said that current treatments help to a great extent, but a third said not at all. Many people said that the medications work for a while and then stop working, and they often have side effects. So we need more effective symptomatic treatments, as well as especially disease-modifying therapies. And when thinking about developing new treatments, we need to look at these disorders together and understand the heterogeneity is merely the clinical window into the shared underlying disease. So at this point, I'd like to turn the meeting back over to Susan, who will offer some closing remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Larry. It was masterfully done. So many stories, so much pain, hopefully so much hope as well, which is the whole idea behind the program today. So I do want to thank Larry for summing up. Big thanks to James for hosting for us today. Thank you to Dr. Campbell and other staff at the FDA for listening. Thanks to our event sponsors, to the industry representatives who are in the audience, and of course, thanks to the hundreds of you who contributed so powerfully to the conversation today. Some quick information on next steps. An abridged version of this meeting will be available for viewing via AFTD's website in the days ahead. There will also be a link on our website for the next 30 days where people are welcome to submit additional comments. And then in the weeks ahead, my staff and I will be working to create a Voice of the Patient report, which will be a compilation of the information and perspectives shared today, as well as some of the data collected in our FTD Insight survey. That report will be available publicly on our website. But the conversation doesn't end here. I encourage everyone participating today to stay involved. Keep sharing your story. We need all of our voices working together if we're to spread awareness that not all dementia occurs in the elderly and it doesn't always present as a memory disorder. I encourage you to join AFTD in spreading this awareness and advocating for the treatments and clinical trials that we so desperately need. With the power of all of us working together, we can end this disease. Thank you for joining us today.